Here.
We are now.
All right, welcome to the May 2nd work session of the Webster Grove City Council. We are going to start, as we often do, with board and commission interviews. And we have two interviews tonight. Janice Seeley for the Arts Commission and Douglas Milford for Parks and Recreation Commission. So I think we will go with you, Janice, if you don't mind coming forward. And if you'll just give us, a little brief explanation about why. And if you'd fix the microphone, we need to do that now that we see people on Zoom and we do have attendees. So welcome and please go ahead.
I am interested in our submission. One thing I said, the proposal. Several years ago, I was president of Webster Arts, because we had that organization for quite a while, and I stepped down as president of Webster Arts. I got very involved with this company. I acted as president of volunteers. I'm still currently on the board of City Volunteers. I'm on the board of volunteers for the opera right here in Webster Groves. I'm also on the board of the Missouri. I'm also on the board of the Missouri Chamber Music Festival. I have a BFA in basically in painting and sculpture from Pompon. I'm very interested in the visual arts as well, and I have not been doing it for quite a while. And it's something I'd like to get back to, and I'd like to get a little bit more back to Webster itself. So I saw you were looking for people to fill commissions, and therefore I'm interested.
All right. Does anyone have any questions for Janice?
Nope, probably easier to say what she don't do.
I think it's fair to say that your reputation is very good and very wide in Webster Grove. So, all
I
right.
love the arts, so.
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you very much.
Okay,
Happy to
thank you.
have you here.
Thanks. Thank you.
Mr. Milford, Parks and Recreation Commission, and there is a vacancy there as well. So please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members and others. My name is Doug Milford. I've been a resident of Webster Groves for most of my life. Last 30 years on Bonita Avenue at Berry Road. Before that, I lived on Hollywood, so I didn't move very far. And grew up on 14 Oakwood as well when we first moved into Webster. I am married. I have 3 grown children. 2 of them are in St. Louis area. 1 is in Chicago. I now have 3 grandchildren. I retired at the beginning of the year from Ernst & Young after 37 years. I'm a CPA and a tax lawyer, but not looking to do that anymore. And I guess why I want to do it, a few different things, and this might get kind of corny, but I am just thinking about Webster and the parks. The good part of my memory, I think back that I went to summer camps when I was, in middle school age, took swimming lessons at the old Webster pool. I don't know why I remember this crazy thing, but the album that my counselors listened to was Big Brother and the Holding Company, Cheap Thrills. So 1968 was as back as far as I can remember. But just those memories, and fast forward to recent times, my oldest grandchild, we've had 2 birthday parties at Blackburn Park. My mom is now a resident over in Cardinal Ritter, and we walk in Blackburn Park from time to time. And just, the enjoyment I've gotten out of those parks and all of Webster, I just feel I want to give back and learn more about how government operates. My dad was H.C. Milford, and he participated in county government for many years and really gave me a good example of giving back to the community. So I just thought it was my time, now that I'm retired, to step up and try to contribute, try to learn more about Webster Groves.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there questions?
It's just great to hear about your memories growing up, how they're still with you. So
I could keep going, but I know you have a long meeting.
We might ask you to sing something off the album if you're careful. All right. Thank you very much. And we'll be in touch
right.
very soon.
Thank you, everybody.
I think we'll just go ahead and do this now. I had it a little later, so hopefully we'll buy some time so Karen can arrive. As some of you may know, John Eppers had to resign from the Charter Review Advisory Board because of a change in his scheduling at work, which just made it impossible for him to make the meetings. And so in discussion with staff liaison, Dr. Peoples, and Jeannie Kirkton, chair of the board, they have recommended, and I am passing on this recommendation and agree with it, to have Paul Driven be elevated to the permanent position. That has been discussed with both Paul and with Melanie Johnson, who is the other alternate. They both agree to that. And then if the council is amenable, we thought we'd offer John the opportunity to stay on as alternate so that when he can make meetings, because he's been a very good voice on that commission. Is there any discussion of that?
Great solution. Yeah, good plan.
He participates quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we need a formal vote for that, Mr. City Attorney?
You actually don't. Well,
All right.
actually, for the appointment, you do. So in elevating from the alternate position to the board, to the commission itself, you should do that with a voice vote. Yes.
All right. May we take a vote on that, please? We need a motion from someone the motion would be to elevate Paul Driven to a full member of the Charter Review Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss.
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander is absent. Councilmember Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And, I'll give an update about them when we get to that point, but they're moving along at a great clip. Emily, would you like to start us on updates, please?
Sure, I'd love to. Last week, we had the Arbor Day celebration at Blackburn Park, and we had about 30 volunteers who, along with Green Space Commission and park staff, planted about 500 trees in Blackburn Park, which is a record and is amazing. It's going to look so cool as that all grows and fills in that woodland. So that's really exciting, and a nice ceremony afterwards. And then Green Space Commission meets tomorrow, and we'll be talking about their priorities coming up. They're looking over Forever Webster Groves and some other things as well. They have the next Eco Ed talk is on May 20th, which is a date change, May 20th at Larson Park. And it's going to be Professor Robert Chris talking about waterways in Missouri and things that we can do and climate change. So that should be a really, really great talk. Historic Preservation Commission hasn't, they think we meet next week. So we haven't had that meeting since our last one. And I think that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
David, do you have any?
Hi, yes, the BDC Business Development Commission met last week, and a big topic of the day was this business coffee that they're going to be hosting. You each have a flyer for these, which is going to be on May 17th. It's an hour-long or 2-hour-long get together for networking. Each of the BDC members will be in attendance, and they're going to be standing by different stations that cover different topics related to some of their initiatives to try to measure the community's interest and the business community's interest in new initiatives to help move forward with the ARP funding. And what is great about this is I think this is probably the third or fourth time in the last 2 or 3 years that they have been checking in with the business community, and they keep moving forward with kind of taking the temperature of what they see the needs are in the community. On Saturday, the 22nd of April, I attended the groundbreaking ceremony at Nearing's Hall, which was for their STEM center. I really appreciated being able to be there on campus and have an inside look of what they're going to be doing. And it was just great to hear their enthusiasm and for helping young women enter the STEM field and stay in there. They mentioned a bunch of little statistics. One thing I thought was interesting is that just 30% of the young women who have a degree in STEM related degrees go on with a career. So that's, to me, considered to be a low number. So I appreciated being able to be there. And then also, a couple of weeks ago, I attended the Eco Ed presentation that was on stormwater management at the library. And it was presented, it was a very data-filled presentation talking about how the Deer Creek Watershed Alliance and the National Great Rivers Research and Education Center monitor our creeks and rivers for different chemicals there, and mostly it was nitrates and chloride. They're also looking at, I can't think there is a virus that is prevalent that is measured in the creek waters. But anyway, it just drove home the idea that everything we put onto the ground, no matter how far we are from our creeks and rivers, affect the content of those waterways. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Emerson?
I just have one announcement, Mayor, just to inform everyone that the 2023 Swim Pass program has been launched. We're asking all the community members to make a donation. So it's possible. It's for all those families that's unable to afford to go to the swimming pool for the summer. So we have the passes already printed. They look really nice. So we're going to ask you to continue to support that effort. It's with the Webster Groves, the Webster Rock Hill Ministry, the Alliance Generational Dignity, and the Webster Grove School District sponsor. So please give.
Thank you. Sarah?
No real updates except to say that April is over, but no Mo April brought me a lot of joy. So
I just piggyback on that. Thank you to Jenny Starkey. The article, I heard from several people that they were very happy to hear about how to come back from No Mo April, that was important. So thank you. Mr. City Attorney,
I have no updates, Mayor.
Madam City Manager,
Not for me either. Thank you, Mayor.
Madam City Clerk.
No, Mayor, thank you.
All right, well, I do have a few. As I said, the Charter Review Advisory Board is moving along. They have scheduled their first small group feedback session. I think it's akin to a focus group for May 10th, and they've sent invitations out to a wide range of people from the community. They are about ready to launch their survey. They're aiming for May 18th to put that in the field, and they have spent a lot of time and effort crafting a survey that will get them real information about very complicated issues. So they deserve a lot of credit for the amount of time and effort they put into that. And they're already starting to talk about or their next meeting, they'll begin to talk about what the report actually looks like. What format does it take? So that as they get that feedback, they can make some decisions to send along to us.
The focus group open to the public.
It is not. This one is an invitation. There will be some open events. I think to some degree, they want to try out what they're asking and how they're talking about things first on a smaller group. May 25th is the Municipal League dinner. Please let Katie know if you are able to attend. I actually am joining the executive board of the Municipal League that night. So come watch me swear my life away if you care to. The Arts Commission met this morning working on replacing our City of the Arts banners, as well as, and that's just an update. It's not changing. Well, it's changing the format a little bit, but it is an update on the City of the Arts theme. And then also beginning to talk about this year's Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, which has not yet been decided. And it's a secret, even if it was at this point, so I'm not telling. Ameren, I went to an Ameren presentation. It was part of their smart energy program, which turned out to be watching them put a really big light pole or electric pole into the ground. So the actual visual wasn't very exciting, but it was a really interesting presentation on how they're trying to improve reliability and what they're doing to try and use technology to make sure that we have fewer outages. And one of the things I learned that I thought I'd share is I don't know about you, but my lights flicker but don't go out more than they ever used to. That's actually by design. That is the system rerouting where your power is coming from. So every time it flickers, think of that not as, oh no, my power flickered. Think of it as, oh yes, it didn't go out. So I thought that was really kind of interesting. I did sign on. I know it's propaganda. I'm sharing propaganda, aren't I? I did sign on to a second rail safety letter. I didn't bring it back to you because it's pretty much the same rail safety letter. It comes from small cities. It looks like that legislation is maybe going to move some in the Senate this month. And so they wanted another letter to go. And I think that's it for my updates. Has anyone, this is the point where somebody always remembers something. Has anyone remembered anything? All right, then we will go ahead. Our big order of business today is to interview our finalists for the position of municipal judge. As council knows, our current judge is retiring in July, and so we've got to find a replacement. We appointed a subcommittee. Councilmember Hickson Shepherd, Councilmember Smith were both on that, as well as Councilwoman Alexander. And they recommended 3 candidates to us. If you don't mind, if one of the members of the subcommittee would just take a minute and talk about your process maybe and how you decided who you were going to send to us. It doesn't have to be long, obviously, but just so we get a sense. That's what you're asking for.
Sure, I can talk about that a little bit. So we each looked over all the applications. We had 10 applications and we came to the meeting with kind of our own short lists. And then we talked through all of the candidates, both those that were kind of all on somebody's list or not on anybody's list, and kind of talk through what we wanted to do there. We looked at letters of recommendation, we looked at resumes, we looked at cover letters, anything that kind of give us insight into, not just dates and numbers and degrees, but kind of priorities and values that and experience that the judges bring. We looked at, experience both in the courtroom, on both sides of the bench in the courtroom, either as a municipal judge already or in casework. And then we had been tasked with coming back with a list of 3. So we came back with kind of our top 3. We had a very deep, good pool of candidates. So it was hard to get to 3. We had quite a few that were in like the number 4 spot. So if we decide that we want to expand at some point, we certainly have, depth in that field. But we came back with the 3 that we recommend based on all the materials that were available to us. And then we worked on questions together. And we have those, and those have been provided to the candidates as well.
Great, thank you. Any council members have questions for members of the committee about process? All right, we received a letter from our provisional judge, Bruff, sorry, excuse me, who is not on those lists of 3 candidates submitted by the subcommittee, but asked that we, and also a letter from Judge Whitney, our current judge, asked that he be included in those that we interview. I said that I would bring that request to council and ask if there's anyone on council who feels that we should add him to the list. I will say this, and you're welcome to say that, but we have recommendations from a subcommittee, so I think we're going to have to vote on adding someone if we want to kind of override the subcommittee. But if you are interested in us inviting him for an interview, now's the time to speak.
I'm comfortable with the subcommittee recommendations.
All right, then we will stick with,
That's just me.
Not in you what you say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm comfortable with the recommendations you all made.
other comments?
Yeah, I'm okay either way. It was hard to get to a list of 3, and he was right in there. And that having the letter from Judge Whitney that we see now is great. That would have
Right, when
That
we
would have been
looked
great
at
to
it,
have.
and when we were looking at the different names, honestly, as she said, it was hard getting to the three. And one of the things we had to ask ourselves, because we really didn't have any information from I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, from Ruff to really tell us about his experience other than that he was a provisional judge. There was no information there about his history or what he did or what type of judicial and even, so we even looked at how we viewed the other candidates and looked at their experience and looked at their comments and things. And the honest question that we had to ask ourselves was that if he weren't the provisional judge, would we have considered him? Because we were given nothing
Okay,
to consider. So
Okay.
it was hard. It wasn't that we just dismissed him. There just really wasn't anything provided in terms of his history and what his practice and what he had done for us to be able to utilize to compare to the others.
And we really concentrated on finding our three top. So it was more of it wasn't necessarily that anyone who wasn't in that list for a negative reason. It was more that we had these three really great candidates.
I'm just curious, who appointed him as provisional judge? How does a provisional judge get selected?
By council.
we did.
Okay.
All right, do I have any motions? All right, without a motion, we're going to go ahead and move on to our judge candidates. And the way I think we're going to work this is that the three members of the subcommittee will lead the questioning. We'll leave some time at the end of the allotted 15 minutes time for the rest of us to ask questions if there are things that have not been covered. Are we good with that? Then we will start with Mr. James Laritz. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
First, let me say thank you for your application. We're happy to have you here. If you want to just take a minute or two and introduce yourself, then we'll let everyone pepper you with questions.
Thank you. My name is Jim Laritz, Leritz. I'm about a month short of 65 years old, and I have lived with my wife at 217 Jefferson since 1999. I have two children who are in their 30s. And let me say, hearing about the process that I've survived so far, I very much appreciate your giving me this opportunity. So, when I first got out of law school, I worked for 1 year in Jefferson City, and that was because my wife still had a year of graduate school to go. So I found a job at the state Senate. After that, in 1987, I went to work in the circuit attorney's office where Mr. Bruntrager had recently worked, and worked there until 1990. Since 1990, I've been with the firm of Laritz and Plunkett, and I practiced civil law, basically, in downtown St. Louis ever since. When I was in the circuit attorney's office, I had about 50 jury trials in those 3 years. And since then, I've had over 100 more jury trials. So I have spent an awful lot of time in the courtroom. And one of the things about working in the circuit attorney's office is you get to know the people who become the circuit judges and the appellate judges around the St. Louis area. So I've been appearing in front of judges on thousands and thousands of occasions since 1987. And I think that it gives me an idea of what is a good judge and what is a bad judge. And I've seen them all. And a good judge mostly has a good judicial temperament. A judge that can run a docket, make sure everybody is respected, make sure that things go thoroughly and efficiently. And that's what I would like to do. Over the years, I've had a very busy practice. I still have a very busy practice, but nowadays I'm able to pick and choose a little bit more what I like to do. And what I would like to do is become more involved in the Webster Groves community. The other thing I would like to do is something that I've always done, which is pro bono work. I have contacts with some urban pastors who have parishioners and congregants that have been in need of legal work over the years. And I'm happy to say I've been able to help many of those people, and I'd like to do some more of that. And I would appreciate an opportunity to serve the city of Webster Groves and serve the people of Webster Groves as a municipal judge. Now, I don't have any experience as a municipal judge or any kind of judge. My practice is not really involved municipal work. Although I have appeared in this courtroom and many others on behalf of either nieces, nephews, friends and neighbors, or people who cannot afford a lawyer and have some traffic or other minor criminal thing that needs to be handled in a municipal court. And so I know how a municipal court runs. I have a very strong mentor in that field. My sister, who lives right here behind the Masonic Hall, is a St. Louis County municipal judge and has been since, I think, about 1992. I have not appeared in front of her. That wouldn't be proper, but I hear that from her clerks and the people who appear in front of her, that she runs a docket like nobody else, treats people with respect and gets the work done. And that's what I would aim to do in this job.
Thank you very much. Just going to start with questions for us here.
I'll start it off.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the introduction.
Before you do, Councilman, let's turn your mic on. Is that on? No, sir. But I'm here for you.
Thank you. So thank you for the introduction. My first question is, basically, how do you plan to ensure everyone in our community feels inclusive and has equal access to justice in the courtroom?
The short answer is apply the law and the procedures equally to everyone without fear or favor. And that's what a lawyer takes an oath to do when representing clients. And that's what I have seen the best judges do over the years. And like I say, I've had a lot of experience in courtrooms, including last week when I tried a 4-day jury trial out of town. And that wasn't one of the better judges, but I have seen the better judges. And I think the idea, again, is treat everybody equally and fairly according to the law and the procedures, apply the law neutrally, apply the procedures neutrally, and treat everyone with ultimate respect.
Thank you.
You've in a way answered many of these questions in your introduction to us. But if you can describe how your trial experience as an attorney has prepared you for the municipal judge position.
Well, again, I've spent a lot of time in court, and just learning. I think I have at this time in my career, a real thorough knowledge of how not just the substantive law, but the procedures. And whether it's traffic court or the Missouri Supreme Court or circuit court, excuse me, or anything in between, it's the procedures which make things work. You can argue over the substantive law. You can have disputes over the substantive law. Sometimes that's not clear, but following the procedures, the court rules, the procedures that are written for each individual municipal court is what I think I understand and what I think would make me effective.
Thank you so much for coming in for this. Some of our questions are, I know you got these in advance, are kind of overlapping, but I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how the municipal court fits into the community and that kind of idea. We've talked a little bit about applying the law equally, but where does mercy, compassion, like how do those fit in and the community feel of a courtroom as well?
Well, everybody knows somebody in Webster Groves that's been in this courtroom as a defendant, a friend, a neighbor, a relative. From what I can tell, from what I know, my experience here is that everyone has been treated by this court with a very experienced judge of many years, well and respectfully and efficiently. And I think that's the simple answer, that if you treat people with respect, they will respect the municipal court. They will respect it as an institution that is part of their beloved city. And I think that's an extremely important part of the court's function. We all hear about courts and judges that aren't respected, public servants that aren't respected, public institutions that lose respect of the populace. And but in order to make a city like this work, it's extremely important that the citizens, especially those who appear as litigants in this courtroom, respect the court, and you do that by treating everybody everybody the same, everybody equally, and by making sure this court runs efficiently. I think you have to reach a balance, and I see judges do this all the time, between the number of the people in the courtroom who are vying for the judge's attention that morning or that afternoon, and the individual litigant who has an extremely important matter before the court, one of the most important things that may have happened to that person in a long time or in their life. And you have to balance between taking the time with that individual and making sure that court runs effectively. And I think that is difficult for some judges, but I like to think that I could do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other council members with questions? If not, I'll let one of you do one last question from our list, if that would be great.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You mentioned about your trial experience, and what categories do they fall in? I mean,
Yes. Since I left the circuit attorney's office in 1990, I have really done no criminal work except, like I say, traffic matters, some minor criminal things, and really never for a fee, or on very few occasions. So my practice consists of almost every kind of civil matter. I don't do family law. I don't do things like trusts and estates, but whenever something ends up in court, whether it's personal injury or a business dispute or disputes over insurance coverage, that's what I've always done. And so my practice really has run the gamut of all of those things, all kinds of substantive law. And so what that means is there are a lot of times when a case comes up, a client of mine gets sued under some provision of the law that I don't know anything about. I learn it. And so the fact that I am not intimately familiar at this point with the Webster Groves city code, as far as traffic and ordinances and everything else, doesn't mean that I can't be an effective municipal judge, because you learn the substantive law. What's important is the knowing the procedures, following the procedures, and the demeanor of the person running the courtroom.
thank you.
Can I ask one quick question? Jim, I just had a quick question. So you indicated in your cover letter about the importance of how majority of people who encounter our judicial system encountered at the municipal level. And I think one of the ethical rules in Missouri for lawyers is dealing with unrepresented individuals. And I don't know what the data is in Missouri, but I would imagine a lot of our litigants that come before this court might be unrepresented. Can you talk a little bit about your philosophy in not only as an attorney, but as it would be as a municipal judge in dealing with unrepresented individuals and how to straddle that line without advocating necessarily for them while at the same time providing them common courtesy and respect?
Well, I think the first thing is making sure that everybody who comes before the court and is not represented understands what's going on, what the charges are, what their options are. Yes, I'm sure that's true, that the majority of people who appear here don't bring a lawyer with them. And I think, again, it's running a courtroom like this, I think would be a balance between, taking a lot of time with each litigant and running the courtroom efficiently. But I don't think efficiency should give way to the duty to inform a person, to make sure he or she knows exactly what the charges are against them, exactly what the possible penalties are, and what all of their options are. So I would do my best to explain that to every person who comes before me who isn't represented.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. We anticipate at our next meeting making a decision, so you will hear from someone after that meeting on the, the 16th.
Great. Thank you all
Appreciate you
very much.
having
I
and appreciate
it.
the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Daniel Nolan. I think, Mr. Nolan, we're going to ask you to speak loudly into the microphone. We may be having a little trouble here. They keep checking it. So welcome, by the way. Thank you for your application. If you want to take a couple of minutes and just tell us a little bit about yourself, then we'll have some questions for you after that.
Certainly. So my name is Daniel or Dan Nolan, born and raised in Webster Groves. I went to Bristol School here. I graduated from the University of Missouri Law School in 2008 and practiced in the St. Louis area, St. Louis County area ever since. I practiced my entire career in municipal law, the area of municipal law. Actually, before I even graduated law school, I interned at the St. Louis County Counselor's Office, where I did some work with municipal court, night court. I helped the prosecutors there with issuing the charges, and then attended night court with them in 2006, 2007. Yeah, practiced in this area my entire career. A large focus of my practice area or areas is traffic, municipal, driver licensing, DWI, all that kind of stuff that comes through this court every single day.
Great, thank you. I believe our committee has some questions for you.
I can start. Can you talk a little bit about why you're interested in becoming our municipal judge and maybe what qualities you could bring with you to the bench?
Absolutely. I'm interested in becoming the municipal judge in Webster because, again, this is sort of my area of law. This is where I've practiced my entire 15 or so year career. I think that being the municipal judge in the city of Webster Groves is a way to be engaged with the community, a way to be of service to the community, much like being a city council member or a mayor. So, the qualities that I would bring, I think, again, a lot of experience in municipal law. I've been, other than my experience with the St. Louis County Counselor's Office, I've been pretty much on the defense side, representing, the defendants who come through municipal court my entire career. So I understand where they're coming from. They're my clients in the municipalities all over St. Louis County and beyond. I know how the municipal court process can affect them, how it can help them, how it can hurt them if we're not careful. And just, again, a lot of experience. I've tried cases in municipal court. I've had motion hearings in municipal court. I've tried certified municipal cases where they were certified to the circuit court for a jury trial. So I've kind of done most of the things you can do in a municipal court.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Can you please speak to your acknowledgement of the importance of civility and politeness in the treatment of citizens convicted or not?
Absolutely. I think it's, crucially important. I think it's one of the most important things that a municipal judge could, keep in mind when running a court. As I think was kind of mentioned during the last interview, a lot of times this may be the only interaction that a citizen has with the court system, the criminal justice system, or maybe not, maybe they've had a bad experience in the past. And, I think it's clear, it's important for, among other reasons, this reason that the municipal judge is likely to be one of the few or maybe only faces of the city of Webster Groves that a citizen interacts with. And, I think Webster Groves is and wants to be the type of community that treats its citizens with that civility, politeness, and respect. And so, that's the attitude I would bring to the position of municipal judge.
And I'll stay standard with my question. Tell me, how do you plan to ensure everyone in the community feels inclusive and has equal access to justice in the courtroom?
Yeah, so I think that equal access to justice is critical, of course. In thinking about this question, we had municipal court reform in 2015, 2016, where some of those issues were addressed. And some of those issues that were addressed are now law. For example, we're not jailing people for inability to pay fines, except in certain designated particular circumstances where all of their rights have been protected. I think that equal access to justice means sometimes making a distinction between equal application of the law, if it's a fine, for example, versus equitable application of the law. Your wealthy person who gets a speeding ticket in the city of Webster Groves, $225, which is, as we know, the max that a minor traffic violation can be assessed is not a big deal. To a non-wealthy person who's struggling to make ends meet on a week-to-week or month-to-month basis, that can, mean the difference between making rent, being able to keep their car registered, et cetera. So that would be one answer. If we're talking just access, obviously this is an open meeting. Court is an open public forum. So, people are allowed to come to court. People are allowed to observe court. We're not kicking people out because they brought their child or, whatever it is. The idea is of municipal court is for people to be able to come. It's in the evening after most people hopefully are done with work. And then as far as access goes, we've got video conferencing too. So I know that was used during kind of the heart of the pandemic in the city of Webster Groves. I haven't been on there in a while, so I don't know it's still done, but it's a tool that we have. So, that's something that I'm more than open to as far as actual access.
Thank you.
I feel like we've touched on a lot of these questions. You kind of did this a little bit with the equity, but maybe just a little bit more about community too. But the question is just to please talk a little bit about justice, mercy, and community in terms of municipal court.
Sure. So I think those are important for some of the reasons that I've already mentioned, of course. Justice and mercy are critical. They mean, justice might, like I said, with regard to the fine amount example, may mean different things for different people. In my career, again, I've represented people who appear in municipal court. I've seen, hopefully past court reform, we're doing better, but I've seen the horror stories that were on the news where someone has a warrant in 3 or 4 or 5 different municipalities and they're get arrested and they're shipped from municipal jail to municipal jail to municipal jail, and they absolutely can lose a job, lose a car because it was impounded, et cetera. Not justice and definitely not merciful. I had a recent example and a long time ago example of representing someone just the other week in St. Louis County Municipal Court who's not a US citizen. And they were charged with some traffic offenses, no driver's license being the biggie. This gentleman was from Mexico. He didn't have a US driver's license. He wasn't going to get a US driver's license. The prosecuting attorney was sympathetic. He, agreed to work with us on the case, and the exchange that we had and the way that it applies to your question and justice and mercy in the city of Webster Groves is, I think that it's fair to say that in Webster Groves, we want to enforce our ordinance for, we want people to drive the speed limit because we want the citizens to be safe. We want people to have auto insurance for obvious reasons. What I think we probably don't want in the city of Webster Groves is for someone to face deportation for a minor traffic offense. So I think that is an example of where, justice and mercy could really come in to play.
Thank you.
Council members?
I have one more short question. Mayor.
Yep, please.
Can briefly explain your volunteer experience with Join Hands ECL?
Sure.
Yes.
ESL, yep, East St. Louis. So I got involved with that through former Judge Michael Burton, who lives in Webster Groves. He was most recently the presiding judge in the city, in the St. Louis County Circuit Court, has since retired. And he got me involved in that, and it was great. It's sort of, there's a reason it ended in 2020. The pandemic put a damper on being able to interact. But what we did is we went every month over to East St. Louis, this particular neighborhood of public housing. We picked up these boys and we took them to the Science Center or to the City Museum or swimming or, things like that. And it was great. It was, it was extremely rewarding. It was another example for me of, things that I think would apply to the position. These kids, live, it's probably only 20 minutes from Webster Groves on the highway over to East St. Louis where they live and where they grow up. But it's just, it might as well be a different universe. The tough circumstances that they're in, maybe no parents, maybe a single parent, maybe mental health issues with a parent or guardian, maybe substance use issues with a parent or guardian. And, that's obviously the type of thing that can start someone down a path to become involved with the criminal justice system. And I think, seeing it, having that background and having been able to interact with those boys, it's just, it gives me a background to understand that when people end up charged with an ordinance violation in the city of Webster Groves, that it doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Thank you.
Dan, one of the great benefits of having Judge Whitney at the helm for so long is that we have effectively been able to he's been able to provide us a very highly functioning court, shepherd us through Senate Bill 5 and all the changes that accompanied it. However, one thing that is missing, I think, from this council's legislative and oversight responsibility is understanding what can change in the courts and what the judge and the staff need from us. In the event that you were to be appointed, would you have any opposition to us bringing you in once a year to ask you questions about what we can do more effectively as a city from a judicial municipal standpoint?
No objection whatsoever. I think that's absolutely great. And there's always room for, improvement. And I think that trying to figure out ways to make it run smoothly, efficiently, effectively is great. So no objection to that at all.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dan.
Right. Anyone else with questions? All right, thank you. As I said, we're going to try and make this decision at our next meeting and we will definitely be in touch. We appreciate the application and your time this evening.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get back, see right on the timer. Our next interview is with Gentry Smith. Hello, welcome. Thank you for applying for this position and we'll give you a couple minutes to tell us a little bit about yourself and then we'll ask you some questions as well.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to ask you to actually use the microphone since there are people online listening as well. Thank
Certainly.
you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, thank you to everyone for this opportunity. I greatly appreciate the chance to come and visit with you about this position. So thank you for that. I was born and raised in a small rural town about 2 hours north of here, Louisiana, Missouri. Went to the local high school there. It's rather small. We had about 65, 70 people or so in my high school. So after graduation, I went to the University of Missouri in Columbia, majored in political science there. And then after that, I did attend law school. Prior to going to law school, I did take a trip to Australia, did a little backpacking first, and then to law school at UMKC. And then after graduating law school, I worked for the Jackson County Prosecutor's Office for approximately a year, a little over a year, first in the Child Support Enforcement Division, and then also in the DWI Vehicular Manslaughter Division. So after working for the Jackson County Prosecutor's Office for a little over a year, decided I want to come back to the St. Louis area, get a little closer to home. My parents at that time still lived in Louisiana, Missouri. So that made it a little closer to live here in St. Louis. So I started with the Prosecutor's Office of St. Louis County in July 1998. And after a few years there, worked on the sexual assault team, and we represented child victims of sexual assault as far as children are concerned, as well as adults. Did that for quite a period of time. During my time with the Prosecutor's Office in St. Louis County, prepared hundreds of cases for trial, tried over 30 cases to juries, including the felonies, tried wide spectrum of cases, murder cases, rape cases, burglary cases, assault cases, and so on. So after 16 years with the Prosecutor's Office, I moved to my current firm now, Monty, Rako, Hartley, French, and Mudd, and we handle just mesothelioma cases. So we represent plaintiffs, individuals that have been exposed to asbestos and developed mesothelioma as a result of that.
All right. I think we'll have a few questions for you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
And I know you're currently the municipal judge for Shrewsbury.
That is correct.
And Grantwood Village.
Yes, that is correct. So Shrewsbury started that in November 2017. Grantwood Village, that was last fall. I believe that was in October, November last fall is put there. Correct.
I was wondering if you could talk about maybe some things that were unexpected or surprises in going from, being an attorney in a courtroom to being on the judge side of the bench.
Well, I think as far as making the switch, going from a prosecutor where I'm an advocate for the state of Missouri, I'm prosecuting crimes on behalf of the state of Missouri. Of course, we have the victims of crime. So you're an advocate in that point of, in that aspect. Now, although you're an advocate for the state and you're trying that case for the state, we also have an ethical duty to disclose any sort of exculpatory evidence as far as defendants are concerned. Same with plaintiff's work. Again, I'm an advocate. I'm working for my client, representing my client's family. So, moving to the judge position, I have to be impartial. That's part of being fair, is being impartial. But I don't think, or at least my view on it, that doesn't mean that you aren't informative to the litigants in front of you. So the way I look at it, the way I start court every night, once we begin, and I let folks know that court's in session, I tell them how the court process is going to work. I explain it to them that we're going to call your cases in the order that you appeared for court tonight. And when you hear your name called, please step forward. At that time, I'll read the charges to you. And if they have any questions about the charges, I'm going to explain those charges to them. I want to make sure that they're fully informed as to the range of punishment and what I call the collateral consequences of pleading guilty. So if someone pleads guilty to a stealing charge, I want them to know if you go apply for a car loan, you go apply for a home loan, Maybe you want to go to school. That's probably something you're going to have to disclose. You know, on these applications for jobs or on these applications for school, they ask you, have you pled guilty, been found guilty, been convicted of a criminal offense? So I want them to know that. So I would say, you know, you have to strike that balance. The vast majority of the people I see in the municipal courts where I serve are pro se. They're representing themselves. So while you do have to be certain to be impartial and not be an advocate, I still think it's the judge's role to make sure that that person is fully informed and understands the charges against them. And if they're going to plead guilty, you know, that plea has to be voluntarily and knowingly made. And that comes back to making sure that they're fully informed and understand any sort of collateral consequences of that plea.
Thank you.
So I think that sort of leads into this question, but it's about, well, please speak to your acknowledgement of the importance of civility and politeness in the treatment of citizens convicted or not in your court.
Yes, ma'am. So as far as civility, I can tell you as an attorney that's been a prosecutor for 16 years and now a plaintiff's attorney for about 9 years. I've been in front of many judges. Until I left the prosecutor's office, it was all judges in St. Louis County because I worked for the St. Louis County prosecutor's office. So now as a plaintiff's attorney, I've had an opportunity to be in front of judges over in Jackson County, Missouri. You know, on the civil side, I was in front of some judges as a prosecutor for Jackson for a short period of time. Also as a plaintiff's attorney, I've had an opportunity to be in front of judges in different states, most recently, Ohio, Massachusetts. So I've had a chance to see judges obviously up front and close, some very, very good. Some that I don't think did such a good job. So I can tell you as being an attorney, it's very frustrating if you're in front of a judge that, for whatever reason, no fault of your own, isn't being very patient or isn't being very respectful or isn't really listening. You know, you're not getting a chance to be heard. So as much as that is frustrating to an attorney, I'd have to imagine that's even more frustrating to a litigant that doesn't understand the judicial process. So my approach in the courts that I do, the courts that I serve, is I want to try to set the tone with my demeanor, my temperament. So I think by doing that, that helps the litigants understand this isn't going to be a confrontational process. This isn't adversarial. So when they come up, as they're coming up, you know, I've called their name. I want to make sure that I pronounce their name correctly. I also want to, you know, say hello. How are you doing tonight? Hopefully to put them at ease, make them feel like this isn't going to be a process that's difficult. So from there, I go on to read the charges to them and I talk to them about the charges. So I hope with me being respectful to them, me being polite to them, showing that demeanor and that temperament, then the court gets that back. I think obviously you have to be fair and impartial, no doubt. You know, you have to be patient. You have to listen. You know, it's one thing to listen, but you also want to make sure that person feels heard. So, you know, at the end of the day, I want folks to walk away from their court of experience saying, you know, I felt that I was dealt with fairly and impartially. I may not have agreed with the judge's final decision, but the judge listened to me. I got an opportunity to be heard, and I was patient with them and let them tell me their side of the story and how they felt.
Okay. Based on your experience with the Grantwood Village and the city of Shrewsbury, why are you interested in becoming municipal judge here in Webster?
Yes, Mr. Smith. I love the work. I love the work. And if you look at my resume, I think you'll see that, you know, throughout my career, what I've done is help people, worked with the public. I enjoy going to court, Shrewsbury Court, Grantwood Village Court, every night, looking forward to meeting people, working with people. And I think someone asked this question earlier about not crossing the line and being an advocate, but I do feel that I'm there to assist people and inform them about the judicial process when they're pro se people, when they're unrepresented. And I enjoy that. I enjoy working with them. I enjoy helping folks. And at the end of the day, it's their decision as to how to dispose of their case, how to find a resolution to their case. But I also enjoy helping them see what the opportunities are, or what the options are for them. Does that answer your question, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So in your current position, and then in this one that we're interviewing for, how would you, or how do you ensure that everyone in the community feels included and that they have equal access to justice in your courtroom?
Councilmember Shepherd, when you say equal access to justice, are you talking as far as being able to come to the courtroom, come to the building, or more just how I approach the cases for each litigant?
Probably how you approach the cases.
Okay, so I would say, from my time as a prosecutor, I recognize the fact that these aren't felonies, these aren't misdemeanors. Now, that's not to say that these aren't serious charges or that these aren't important charges. They're ordinance violations. I see them as the community standards, they're the community laws by which Webster Groves operates. But for me, I see municipal court as an opportunity to achieve certain things that maybe you can't achieve in state court. Certainly, as a prosecutor, certain things that I couldn't achieve as a prosecutor that I think as a judge that I'm able to achieve in municipal court. And that's what I call compliance. Okay. So I'll give you some examples of that. So in Shrewsbury, oftentimes we see charges for driving while revoked, driving while suspended. So the first thing I'll ask the litigant is I'll say, do you know why your license is revoked or suspended? And the vast majority of the time they don't. So in Shrewsbury, as well as Grantwood Village, we have information for them. And I say, okay, what you need to do is call Department of Revenue, and we give them the contact information. And I say, I want you to call Department of Revenue, and they'll tell you exactly why you're revoked. And they'll tell you exactly what you have to do to get reinstated. So next time you come back to court, I want to know, why are you revoked? What do you have to do to get reinstated? And hopefully you've had time, because court dates are usually 30 days out. Hopefully you've had time to achieve some of those tasks, because if you can get reinstated, the prosecutor has a policy where he'll amend that ticket to a no point violation. So you can get and keep your license. So that's one of the things that I like to try to do with municipal court, be it driving while revoked, be it no proof of insurance. That's another opportunity for compliance. If the litigant is willing to get insurance, and I explained to them, you can pick any insurance policy you want, but if you come back and show proof of insurance, this prosecutor has a policy amending the ticket, you avoid points. So obviously that's a benefit to the litigant to get his or her license back or to get insurance, but it benefits everybody else. So that's one of the things that I think, as far as, achieving justice or, making sure that everybody has access that's meaningful to the court. That's what I think you can do with municipal court.
Thank you.
Gentry, one thing that I've advocated for since I've been on council is the idea of consolidation of municipal services. And as the public is now aware, and I'm sure as you're aware, this council in Shrewsbury's Board of Aldermen attempted an unsuccessful approach at consolidating our municipal services. My question doesn't necessarily relate to that, but where do you see the future of municipal services in St. Louis County in 10, 15 years? And how does that reconcile with what citizens and residents of those communities need in order to receive and access justice from an equitable and equal standpoint?
In Councilmember Franklin, when you say consolidation of municipal services, are you referring just to courts or a wide spectrum, be it Parks and Rec or, some type of work on the streets department?
I would love to talk about everything, but just for this evening, maybe just limited to the municipal courts.
Certainly. So I can't really speak to the specifics of that consolidation plan that Shrewsbury and Webster were discussing. I wasn't part of those discussions. Now, was I made aware of it or did I hear it at some point? I did, but I can't speak to it beyond that I just knew that it was being considered. And from what I'm told, Shrewsbury was considering that as an issue of budget. And it started out as an opportunity to maybe consolidate pools. And then for whatever reason, that didn't work out, and somehow courts was looked at. So, I think it depends as far as if it's right for a community, it depends on both communities that are looking at that. I think if you talk to some of the board members in Shrewsbury, they'd like to have their own judge. Now, I started out in Shrewsbury. That's where I moved to not long after I started here in St. Louis County. I had an apartment in Clayton, and then I got my first house ever in Shrewsbury, and I lived there. Eventually, my wife and I got married, and we had 2 children. But the problem was, once we had our second, we were out of room. So that's how we ended up here in Webster. But no, I think it can certainly work. And again, I think it depends on, is there continuity, or do the communities share the same goals, same priorities? And I'll give you an example. Judge Whitney was very gracious and met with me last week. I had some questions about how court operated that I felt maybe just he could address, as far as how many litigants he saw a night, what charges he saw the most of, what ordinance violations he had, how many clerks, court personnel he had. In Shrewsbury, we see a lot of retail theft. So with the Walmart, you see a lot of retail theft. Some with the Deerbirds, but more Walmart. Now traffic as well. As I understand from Judge Whitney, Webster doesn't have much retail theft. It has to do more with traffic. So I think as far as consolidation, it can work, but it just depends on what the priorities and goals of the 2 communities are. Now, as far as the Missouri Supreme Court is concerned, and I can touch on this in a little bit more detail, municipal courts are governed by what's called the minimum operating standards. Okay. The Missouri Supreme Court has issued these minimum operating standards, and it applies to every municipal court. So all sorts of things that each judge has to certify about his or her court September 1 of every year. Now, some of those rules with the minimum operating standards talk about how many courts you can be in. So the limit is 5, but if courts are consolidated, that only counts as 1. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank
for the
you, Mayor.
application. Thank you for being here. And as I said, we'll make this decision in a couple of weeks and be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you in advance for your consideration, your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In terms of the process of moving ahead, I am going to suggest that we do a little bit like what we did for Charter Review Advisory Board. If you all will submit to me your rank ordering of the candidates, I'll consolidate them, get them back to you, and then we will in our next meeting discuss candidates and have a vote. And again, this is all public information that is available if someone wants it. Is there anybody who wants to go a different route?
Sounds good.
We seem to work pretty well that way the last time, so. All right, in terms of appointments to boards and commissions, let's see if I can find the right piece of paper here. Would we like to appoint Janice Seeley to the Arts Commission?
Yes.
Yes.
Would we like to appoint Douglas Milford to the Parks and Recreation Commission?
Yes.
And we have agreed to appoint Paul Driven as a full member of the Charter Review Advisory Board.
Yes.
All right, I think that covers it all.
And Eppers as the alternate.
And John Eppers maintains the seat as the alternate. Yes, thank you. Assuming he agrees. He's the only one I haven't asked yet, so.
Mayor, I had an opportunity to communicate with Mr. Eppers today, and
Oh, good.
he pretty direct quote said he was honored to be considered to stay on as an alternate.
Oh, good. Well, he is a very good voice on that board. All right, so believe it or not, I think we have like 4 minutes before we start the regular meeting and dig right into the budget.
Oh, Joe.
All right, welcome to our regular meeting now. We are happy to have you with us at the City Council. We welcome questions, ideas, and comments from persons in attendance. If you are here and you would like to speak, please fill out a comment card, which is available right by the doorway coming in. You'll have 3 minutes to speak once recognized during our remarks from community and visitors. If you are on Zoom and would like to make a public comment, we would welcome that as well. We'll just ask you to use the raise your hand function at that point in the agenda. Tonight's a big night. We're going to talk a lot about our budget in a lot of detail, and I am looking forward to it. I know my colleagues are as well. And we appreciate our department directors and the work that they've put into tonight's presentation. I think we will start with the roll call.
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Arnold,
Here.
Councilmember Bliss.
Here.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yeah.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Alexander,
Here.
Councilmember Richardson,
Here.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd.
Here.
All right, thank you. We're going to start right off with the remarks of community and visitors, and I have a card from Mr. Ed Golterman. If you'll come on up, you'll have your 3 minutes. Let us name and address, please. You really could have.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. I'll just take a very brief bit of your time because budget is critical, but this is relative to increasing tax revenue. So let me take you on a 1-minute journey, 14 months ahead. Okay, we're going to project 14 months ahead, and right across the street, about 150 people are coming out on a Tuesday or a Saturday from a matinee. They've just enjoyed a good show. So about 20 or 30 are going down to the pizza place down here, and others are getting in their cars, which are in a wraparound parking lot, and very few theaters in the world have a wraparound parking lot. So others are going to get in their cars and they're going to go the other way, and they're going to hit some of your shops and go see some art and probably eat at some of the other places. Meantime, I'm in there cleaning the restrooms and setting the chairs for the night performance, you know, when another 150 to 200 people are going to come in for the show into a completely up to code, totally up to code building. And so those people, after they enjoy the show, they're going to stick around for a while because some of them have really come to see the restored Ozark Theater, which is like one of a kind on the planet. So that's our trip. Let's come back to now. But within the context of that, there's a flow of tax revenue from your entertainment industry. Let me make 3 suggestions. Proceed as quickly as you can on getting it on the National Register. Assume that as a responsibility of the city of Webster Groves. Just take it on, get it done as quickly as possible. That gives you the foundation from which you can really do some wonderful things. Secondly, if there's any consideration that the Ozark might hurt any other theater or any other place of entertainment, please dispel that. There was always this thing down in the city where Kiel Opera House would hurt the Fox. We cannot let Kiel Opera House hurt the Fox. Not only did it not hurt the Fox, it helped save downtown 12 years ago. Now, I'm not saying there's a parallel here, but I'm saying there's a parallel here. And then thirdly, consider this as a business deal and perhaps not under the purview of your arts commission. It could be an entirely different thing, but maybe under that banner, it doesn't fly. And then find someone with the experience to just help you through all of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golterman. All right, do members of the council have or others have any new business for us? All right, then we are going to go right into unfinished business. Councilwoman Hickson Shepherd, could you do the 3rd reading or call for the 3rd reading of Bill number 9224, please?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the 3rd and final reading of Bill number 9224 and its subsequent adoption.
Second.
Bill 9224, 3rd and final reading. An ordinance of the city of Webster Groves, Missouri, amending chapter 56, Architectural Review Board by revising section 56.050, permit applications submitted to the board, including the process for administrative approval and amending historic guidelines for solar panels in 4 historic districts and matters related thereto.
Is there any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote, please.
Councilmember Bliss.
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson.
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd,
Yes.
Mayor Arnold.
Yes. All right, that brings us to our new business, and we are going to dive right into the fiscal year 24 budget presentations from our staff, and we will start with Finance Administration, Executive and Legislative.
First slide as Jenny pulls.
We will start with our city manager, Dr. Peoples.
I don't even need, oh, well, thank you. The slide's now there. So a huge thanks to our finance team and directors for the hard work that they've done on the presentations, and they are ready and anticipating all the questions that you have regarding their department budgets. Tonight really is a learning and listening session and for me in terms of hearing council priorities. I've received a lot of the priorities. We've already had lots of discussions, but this will be your first time hearing from the directors on this budget season. So I would encourage you as we go along, whether it's within this meeting or before the next council meeting, if you have other ideas, things you want to see within the budget, out of the budget, any of those things, please let me know, because the next council meeting, May 16th, I will be coming back with my finalized recommendations and additional discussion. So thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Madam Mayor and members, Eric Peterson, Assistant City Manager, Director of Finance. It's my pleasure to bring you the first of our overview units. This is a conglomeration of many different units, the executive and legislative and finance and administration tabs of your budget binder. So our proposed budget across all of them, and I just want to highlight there's some centralized spends that are also included in this. So the pension fund spend is included in this, these numbers that I'm about to give you as well. So I don't want everyone to think that these departments carry that much load across all tax revenue. So our general fund expenditures across all those program units are proposed at 4 million, just over 4,362,000 greater than last year. Other fund expenditures are down 2 million from last year. Really, that's the ARP fund and the fact that we have not proposed any appropriations of the remaining ARP fund, which will be something that we as the council, you as the council discuss, and we're happy to provide you any information. All funds we do expect across this unit to be at 5.548 million. 1.7 down again from last year. So that is the budget for those various programs and units within the budget. Happy to take any questions as you're going through, as we go through. Our notable changes I did want to highlight, I'm going to keep moving me in and out of the way here. City Council, we did see obviously elections next year will cause an increase in your budget of 16,000. That's the estimated cost. Software, hardware and IT, 143,000. That is a cost that has been was shifted over to other funds in past years. We moved it back to the general fund. We certainly can move it around as we wish, but it's here in the general fund for now.
That's a recurring cost.
Those are recurring costs, yes. Water and sewer is up 22.5 in the proposed budget based on the estimates so far that we've used. Gas at 12,000. That's natural gas, electricity up 26,500 over last year. Insurance, that's property and casualty, so the liability for our assets, up $21,950. The business district transfer is down by 17,000. We removed the part-time hours from the business district transfer to better account for them. So that we may come back mid-year with an adjustment to move those back in. But given that we now have electronic time cards, we can accurately track the hours as they're being used and such to make sure that the transfer is fully evolved. And then the pension, I did want to note that there are pension costs. You made a very smart decision in the finance department's eyes about a last meeting to pay down the liability on police and fire pension, which brought the 24 rate of contribution that we as the employer must pay down to the 23 rate. And then also the general employees, so non-police, non-fire, general employees, that pension rate did fall by 0.6%. So that is a savings into the general fund overall. Go ahead, Matt.
Did you say earlier that we might be able to capitalize that software cost?
Yes, so those are costs that we can capitalize. And I think, as we talk into next meeting, we've talked and heard of many of you in the small groups. We'll prepare some scenarios to show you what that would look like over the long term.
And can you tell a little bit about what goes into the election costs? I'm just looking and it looks like it was less in 2022, but I don't know if it's really apples to apples. And I wasn't sure what our last, the one we just had for the tax?
I am going to
was?
completely pass the buck and
It's
turn.
about 16,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the clerk's office reached out to the Board of Elections and that was the estimate provided for.
And does that have to do with the number of items that might be on the ballot, or it's just having a ballot?
Oh, it doesn't matter how many items you have in the ballot.
Okay, it's whether you have an election or you don't have an election.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. We have standardized the slides as we're going to go through this, so you're going to see many of us with the same thing, but we did want to just highlight personnel. So across the agencies and the programs in this bucket, this grouping, you obviously have the city council, the city clerk's office, the legal office, municipal court, the executive, human resources, finance, and IT are included in this.
So if I remember correctly, the GIS technician was one of those positions that we froze or held or did
Correct.
not fill. Is that continue to be the case?
That is
or-
correct. So there are frozen positions on this chart. GIS technician is the easiest one to identify.
Okay.
So this is the approved and authorized. So those positions are authorized but remain frozen. So administration is not filling them.
Do you know offhand which other ones are currently open?
GIS technician. Actually, I take that back. That will be the one, that
On
one
this list?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alignment with strategic plan, you're going to see this as we go through the departments. Obviously, the council has set out its strategic plan goals and visions and mission and such. We endeavored to ask, and it's important in budgeting, to how does our spending plan align with our strategic plan? Now, we know that's not all done, but the basic bones are there. And so we can start to line up some of these. And we have had some great conversation as internal services. So this doesn't include the council, but as staff, about how do we match the 6 goals that you have here that you've created for us. And, you know, we really have talked about in excellence in service, how do we work together to innovate and streamline our city business, both for the benefit of the customer, but also for the workforce here. With DEI, how do we, we have called it a radical welcome, where people can be authentic, bring them their true selves into the workplace and as customers as well. Housing stock, how do we eliminate process and structural barriers that we're a part of in our various units, and also providing policy support to that effort. Fiscal integrity, certainly finance spends a lot of time on this, but we're all dedicated to it. How do we look at transparency and how are we dedicated to finding sufficient revenue for the services that the community demands and communicating that fundamental equation to funding local government. Economic development, how do we create a thriving community where needs can be easily met and maximum return for the community? So, and then in sustainable practices, how do we press fully into those new practices that we know that prioritize the earth and climate friendly outcomes? Just a quick example, we are working every day on reducing one more piece of paper by going to a more online process, just to eliminate waste and storage of carbon-based assets. We do have a couple SIP items in this area. The SIP, again, is the capital improvement plan. It can pull funding from many different areas. For this grouping of programs, these are the 2. They're both out of the capital fund. The computer replacement program is $80,000 here in fiscal 24. That will provide laptops, dual monitors, keyboards, mouse, and a docking station. That is 1/3 of the replacement program for the city. If you all remember, we leased our computers in the city. We have since purchased them. Some of those are approaching end of life. Some have some years left on them. So we will start in 23 with our first year of replacement. So just like the laptops you have, staff will get them and have a docking station at their desk to be able to do that, and allows for remote working as well. And we'll continue that process. So this is built into the SIP over the long term.
What departments are we starting with?
We'll likely start with these departments that we're talking about here, mostly because IT, generally those folks are in the front part of City Hall. They're usually here every day, so we can troubleshoot issues and see if there's any major issues that are coming up with the new network, firewalls and such, as Wi-Fi comes online, so that we can make sure to troubleshoot, so that there's a much easier implementation for police and fire and those deployed services that are away from right here in City Hall.
So basically installing the core first.
Exactly. Yeah. And so in reality, that'll be, 60 new computers will be put on board by fall of 24, 60. So there'll be computers up front, in 23, at the end of 23, and some purchased right away in 24. So that will spread quite some distance across, the city services. So it is not, departments should not rue and think that they are going to be waiting 5 years for getting into laptops. Then also we do hold a small centralized furniture replacement It's $5,000 each year. We have end-of-life office furniture. I think everyone knows, and I put a picture in there of the conference room chairs. That, when I came, I was told immediately that we should get new ones. But that is an example of we used those funds. We bought used, those black chairs are all used from an Ameren training facility. We bought through a local vendor here, Evans Facility Consultants. So a good use of that fund, but also provided for a much more manageable use of the conference room. So with that, I will take questions if there are any of me. Otherwise, we'll turn it over to the next department.
Sorry, go ahead.
I do have one question going back to the IT budget.
Yep.
Can you tell me what all of it is included with that dollar amount? Since that's going to be a recurring dollar amount.
The 143.
Yes.
This is mostly, that is mostly Office 365 and Microsoft licensing in there. So there's much more when you look at the IT budget in the actual book that you'll see other programs in there as well. I can provide you a list of them. There's many different ones. So.
And the purpose of that is to create efficiencies and bring us up.
Yeah. So Office 365 is the basic backbone of the Microsoft system. If we were a Google Cloud environment, we'd obviously use the G Suite. This is ultimately moving forward. Once you have Office 365, this is the implementation of Teams, which the city has not, we've tipped our toe into, but that really expands then into, in the future, we don't have to replace a phone system because we have one built into computers now and all those functional efficiencies that come with the world of cyber.
Is that voice over internet?
We have voice over internet now. The difference with the Teams-based phone system is you no longer have a desk phone. You don't have separate hookups and such. It is if I wanted to call Dr. Peoples, I don't go to my phone and type in the number. I go on my Teams and I press Marie Peoples and it calls Marie Peoples and she can answer me or she can go to voicemail, which she usually does.
Thank you.
No problem.
Eric, do you have the human resources one? Can we ask you questions about that?
Absolutely, yeah. So, to that point, those at home online, Webster Groves Mo.budget, the human resources budget is included there. We forgot, somehow it didn't get in the print job, so we've inserted that page. Members, we provided it to you also.
Can you explain to me what 840 medical examinations mean?
Medical examinations are generally for, let me make sure I got it right here. Medical examinations are generally for recruitment for any of the groups that need a medical examination for cost or for recruitment. So I think we use them mostly for police and as fire.
Police, fire, often those exams. Occasionally, if we have a workers' comp issue, it can go in that as well.
That doesn't go under their budgets, goes under HR.
For recruitment, we've generally held it out on the front end. So what fire will have medical examinations for those that are reoccurring year over year for those that are already on staff.
Gotcha. And can you talk about line 607, the separation payouts? There's a proposed budget of 2024 for $200,000.
Correct.
What's the game plan with that money?
So separation payouts, if you remember, was added last year in the budget. These are the folks when they get paid out when they leave service, they have vacation payouts. Some eligible still in the city for sick leave payout conversion. So that pot of money, rather than going against the department, pays out the accruals of those separation payouts. So if I'm an employee with 40 hours of vacation and I, retire or leave, that line item, that centralized line item pays out that 40 hours of vacation, not my worked hours, but that accrual bank that I have.
So that's just so I'm clear and I'm asking the right question.
Yep.
Prior to 2023, if we had a separation payout, it came from a different unpooled fund.
It came generally from departments, but it wasn't always budgeted. So the way it worked prior to this budget, the 23 budget, if we knew somebody was going to leave, we put an estimate into their department budget for what their payout was going to be. But if they did not know they were leaving, we just had to absorb that and often ended up with administration moving money around to make that salary budget work out.
So now the public can track.
You can see it
the
right
separate,
there. Yep.
whereas previously it was much more difficult to track how much we were paying out at the time of separation.
And we don't have many folks that move across departments, but we do. And so if you've accrued many hours of vacation in one department and now work in another, it's really the city's accrual that is paying out. It's not a department specific function that is causing this payout.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep.
Was that line 607 always the code for it? Or was that a new code?
That was new in 23.
So before it was just like in salaries
It was
or,
in salaries. Yeah. It was embedded in the 601 salaries line.
thanks.
Other questions?
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem. I think it's Ms. Starkey.
Oh, yeah, I've been waiting on this one.
Hello.
Not like the Chamber of Commerce dinner.
No, I'll keep
Aw.
my jokes to a minimum.
That's disappointing.
For my department budget, it's one of the smaller ones. I don't need any large trucks or capital expenses, but I am asking for $1,080 more this year than I had last year. And to explain a little bit why that is, two of my softwares have increased in price. Archive Social has jumped up and Hootsuite has jumped up. And because of that, so Archive Social is used for sunshine requests. It records everything that happens in social media. Even if someone were to make a comment and then delete the comment, we would still have proof of that comment in Archive Social if we had a sunshine request that called for all of that information. So it's kind of like car insurance. We don't use it very often, but when we need to use it, we'll appreciate that we have it. Hootsuite is the social media management tool. I can put all of our accounts, and I put the city accounts, Parks and Rec, police is in there as well, Explore Webster, and I can time posts. I can check and see what comments are and what messages have been sent. So it's kind of a nice house for all of that. It is normally $600. They've doubled their prices. I spent the past few months doing some free 30-day free trials on some of the other ones that are offered, but Hootsuite is really, it's the most robust, it's the most useful. So I'd like to stay with that. And because of that, we will save some money by canceling Moncito. And Moncito is a software that looks at the website and looks at it for accessibility reasons. And it was very useful this past year when we updated the website because it was able to kind of flow through all of the pages, tell me which pages didn't get as many hits, which pages, which documents in the document center have never been looked at. So we were able to do a lot of cleanup on the website and a lot of improvements and see where our trouble areas were, fix those trouble areas, and kind of know moving forward to not repeat those items, to always put a description in tables, to always put a description in photos and that sort of thing moving forward. So that one would have also raised. I think that we can just save money by canceling it, and the knowledge of what we've done with it this past year, we can carry forward and not need to pay for that year after year. Personnel listing. So within the department, there are also 2 customer support technicians. Fiscal year 23 was a little bit difficult. We had to hire some temporary workers. We had a medical leave and we weren't sure what was going to happen with that. We did permanently staff that position now. We should be fully staffed for 2024. I think that we'll have a replacement position. But I'm confident we should be able to get that filled by summer, and we shouldn't need the overtime and the temporary staffing that we've had to have this year. Alignment with the strategic plan, of course, just with the customer support desk being in this department and a lot of the public facing things that we do, we attempt to provide excellence and service in all that we do. We use a variety of media to be able to reach all of the community as often as possible, and we utilize people's input. For fiscal integrity, the entire, office, me and the customer support, we try to look at how we can do things in a fiscally responsible way. I think the senior newsletter this year was a good example of that we found a way to send a print newsletter out to the community at no cost to the city. So we're kind of always looking for those sort of solutions. And adopting sustainable practices, we also are trying to go paperless as much as possible, and then just promoting of the other, NOMO, April, and different things that the city does to kind of promote sustainability that way as well. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one question, and it's more out of just curiosity. Where in the budget would I figure out, if I can, how much we spend with, say, the Webster Kirkwood Times or some other publication?
So the Webster Kirkwood Times, in my budget, there's 2 different budget codes that I have that listed in. One, I believe, is public reporting, and that's where we do ads, various ads throughout the year. And then the ads that we have to do,
Yeah,
just let people know
legally
that those are in the
required, yeah.
public reporting. And I can't remember offhand exactly how much money I have in there. And then the other line item is communications. And that's where I put the full page inside Webster Groves ads that we do monthly. So it's split in those two locations. Mhm.
Just briefly on that. to help Jen out. We did change one, if you're looking at it, it's page 110 in the budget.
Yep.
That line item 826, where you see Ms. Starkey has 25,000 in the budget. That is historically has been called communications. Every other department uses that as communication devices, hence why it's titled that now.
It's not a device.
But it's, well, so every other department uses it for cell phone costs, tablets, things like that. So we're going to be moving, and this will be one of the recommended amendments. When we looked at this, we'll end up just moving that line item probably down to publications or public reporting. So we haven't determined which one yet to put it in.
Okay.
And then,
I think, yeah, both of those.
and
pages.
then the to a vendor report. If you do ever have a question about how much we paid a vendor, just let us know. We can pull a report for you on that.
Thank you.
I do think that public relations is an important factor for the city.
But
as one. So this is one that we did approve to happen. So you've been here with us 2 years?
2 years. It was 2
So
years, start of this month.
If you had a wish, what would that wish be to continue moving Webster in the public relations area? And that was something to move Webster in the eyes of the St. Louis community.
I think a wish that I would have that I would love, I think, is a paid intern. I think that would be a great person to handle all the social media. I think there's more that we could be doing with social media. And I think that there's more posting and just more that we could use to report on what we're doing in social media that it's difficult to juggle with some of the other things at times. So that would be a dream. And then Eric will laugh at me, but I have a dream of a light up sign out front. So I'll take the hit.
It's illegal.
Except there's so many more on Lockwood.
So I don't know that that'll, transform us in the St. Louis area, but it would certainly make my life easier, which, I'd speak highly of us throughout the St. Louis area. My part. But I think, I just think more hands is always good, but I think an intern would be good. And I feel very strongly that interns, even if they get class credit, should be paid just for equity purposes and to be able to make sure that you're getting the best person for the job, not just the best person who could afford to work for free. But I think that would be great. And just, there's always things that happen on social media that I miss or don't comment on, or there's other things that we could be doing with some of the channels that I think that could be a good way to raise awareness and use another
There's a
tool.
lot of great things that's happening in Webster, and we need to find a way to let the St. Louis community know what's
Yes.
going on.
Yes.
I do have a question. The business districts have their own budget for, community engagement and advertising, and I think of each department. How else is your budget broken into the different departments or commissions?
So for the boards and commissions, the money that I request for social media promotion, I try to do just a rough amount of what we can do to boost posts throughout the year. And that's money that I use kind of for all departments and for all boards and commissions, kind of whoever needs it can come to me and we weigh those and whether or not it's needed. And that's also the same kind of with the Webster Kirkwood Times ads and anything that we need to put money behind. It's generally comes out of my budget and people will come to me. I think Parks and Recreation is the only department that kind of has their own advertising budget where they're able to do their own Webster Kirkwood Times ads and their social media posts as well. But for some of the other ones like green space and sustainability, I've helped in the past. Like when we did the compost bin giveaway, I paid for an advertisement for Public Works for that and just different things like that.
Other questions? All right. Thank you very much. I believe that Public Works.
I've been waiting on this one too.
Present.
Good
evening, council.
Hello, welcome.
Todd Ray, Public Works Director. All right, So my budgets are all going down. General fund is going down 6,000, other funds are 820,000, so a total of 826,000 in reductions. And I'll get to those very shortly. Notable changes. So gas and oil keeps going up. So FY 23, our gas and oil in all of Public Works divisions was 34,950. We are anticipating 51,000 for next year. It's a 46% increase. That's across all divisions of Public Works, engineering, streets, sewer lateral, and stormwater. Custodial supplies, we are now combining all custodial supplies into the Public Works Street Department budget. So we will be purchasing all custodial budgets for the entire city. So when Scott needs toilet paper or whatever, he'll let us know, we'll order it for him. It'll be delivered to his facility, so we won't be handling it all, but we'll be handling the contracts.
So that's why I've been seeing the reductions in custodial work.
In other
come out,
departments,
yeah.
and ours is going up. Biggest one is snow and ice control. FY 23 is 137.8, and this coming year is 72,000. That's a 48% decrease because we've had a mild winter.
Good job
Didn't
with
use
that.
as much, didn't spend as much salt this year, so don't need as much to replenish.
Is there any
Good thing.
opportunity to, I guess, work with other municipalities to buying salt? I don't know.
We have a co-op, Chesterfield bids it,
Mhm.
and there's like 47 municipalities that are in that co-op. And so we get the deducted
Get the-
price, yeah.
Thank you.
And it includes, for them to ship it to our facility, so. Okay, personnel. Engineering, so Public Works is engineering and streets department. Engineering has 4 people, myself, my assistant, an inspector, and then our admin coordinator. Street departments has the superintendent, the assistant superintendent, which is now the Public Works supervisor. We have a lead mechanic who works on all vehicles and equipment throughout the city. And we have 1 lead maintenance worker, a mechanic operator, which is our street sweeper operator. We have an arborist who does all the tree stuff. The building maintenance technician currently is unfilled. It has been unfilled for over a year. We can't get candidates to fill the position.
Is it needed? Is it needed?
Yes. Right now, Frank and Tim handle any building maintenance issues that they can, and if they can't, we have to contract it out. So it's costing us more money contracting out than having somebody in-house that can do plumbing, electrical work. So
Why do you think we're not getting applicants? Is it just the general state of employment these days, or is there something about the
Salary.
position that could change?
salary. Our last good candidate that we had, when he saw the salary, he goes, really? That's what you're paying for this? I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, I'm currently making $27 an hour. And we're like, our street superintendent doesn't even make $27 an hour. So sorry. So
So Mr. Ray, what is the salary range for that position?
I don't have it all.
Okay.
You have it.
Our human resources department has really tried to recruit for that position as well. They went to job fairs. We've tried posting at different places, posting it in different ways, but it does, in the end, I do believe, as Mr. Ray said, get back to salary.
And the salary did go up after you guys did the salary survey. So we were paying pretty low before, and we're still paying low, but not as low. So
And you said that position is for electrical, plumbing.
electrical, plumbing, anything in the buildings, changing light bulbs out.
So what are we paying for outside consultants or service vendors to complete that job? Just, twice as much, 20% more, can you put a number on that?
Yeah, when we had a toilet backup in the fire department a couple of weeks ago. We tried to get it and we couldn't, so we had to get a plumber out, and it was like $1,800 for them to clear out what was flushed down the toilet that shouldn't have been. So
What was flushed down the toilet?
wipes,
Let's not.
non-disposable wipes. So align it with the strategic plan. Adopt sustainable practices. The department is currently installing electric vehicle charging stations. We're also looking at our fleet replacement as it occurs. We are looking at purchasing electric vehicles. Police department obviously is the first one. They got their 2 vehicles, so it should be coming here any day now. And then they have for next year, they're replacing 2 more and they'll be getting electric vehicles there. So I have 2 electric vehicles I'm supposed to be purchasing for the building department. So that's still in the works.
What are those vehicles? Just,
Those are just gonna be standard, like a Chevy Volt type vehicle. Or a Nissan Leaf or something.
how about this dump truck that's in the budget? Could that be electric?
Not for that cost. It would be 3 times that much.
Really?
Yes. Until they can get it figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
And then providing excellence in service, the department strives for outstanding customer service. And we perform high quality repairs and construction projects so that we are taking pride in our work and providing to the residents of Webster Groves.
Before you start all the SIP items, let's just pause for a minute
Yes,
and see
I
if
need a
anyone
breath.
has any questions for
Okay.
you.
Well, I do. So that one position that is on freeze because the salary is not high enough for the market. I guess my question, how much more would you need that position to pay? Because it sounds like keeping it filled, it might cost us more in the long run.
Yeah,
Yes.
ultimately it could because of using outside contractors. Yeah.
So Mr. Ray, so Councilman Smith, the position is not frozen. We've been actively recruiting for it for
Yes.
over a year.
Right.
They've interviewed candidates. They have not found the candidates with the skill level needed. Their salaries outpace drastically what we pay. The other candidates that they've had with that would accept the salary do not have the skills needed. So it really is about finding a candidate and the salary.
You can only go so high in the salary before you are bumping up against other staff.
Correct,
In
correct.
in the department.
So that's what Mr. Ray was sharing is that our last really good candidate that we believe could have done the job, the salary that he was currently making was more than the street superintendent.
Yes.
And of course, people don't leave jobs to make the same salary. They would want an increase. So
Oh, yeah, above.
we're seeing this a lot. And you all heard me talk about, well, last budget year, we're having some of these same discussions, is that we're really having difficulty within our skilled trades.
Is that common across other municipalities as well? Are you seeing?
Yeah, I talked to other directors and they're having a hard time filling even labor positions. So.
So Todd, you've talked a lot about this and really great information, but there's another thing. You've been working on some grants related to some of these. And I know you spent a lot of time and done a lot of work on those. Could you just take a minute just so
Yeah.
people understand what you're
Sure.
working on?
So we have a grant currently for the Elm Culvert. That's a $1.5 million project. We're getting $1.2 million in federal funds for that. The Elm project from Glendale to Watson, we just submitted for a grant. It's a $3 million project and we're asking for $2 million in that grant. And then the other grants that I'm working on currently, there's an EV charging grant. So the minimum is 500,000. So with all the other public charging stations that we're looking at installing, we are going to reach that $500,000 threshold. So we can apply for that one. And then the other grant is a complete streets grant. It's called Safe Streets and Roads for All. And that one is quite involved application. We're just now starting to tackle it. So that one, so the electric vehicle one is due at the end of this month and the Safe Streets one is due July 10th. So
And then you're going to go on vacation.
I go on vacation in June. So.
You're not supposed to say that.
My assistant will be taking control of the grants. So.
I have a couple more questions, but who else has questions before I monopolize time here? No.
Go for it.
So one of the things that we often, or at least I often get asked is how we decide who gets what street repaired or replaced. Could you just give a brief description of what the process is that's
Sure.
been set up to tackle that?
So our mill and overlay is a 7-year cycle. So we go around and do the entire city in 7 years. And we have the city broken off into sections. So we go clockwise. So we are now in our last quadrant of the city, which is the southeast quadrant. We're doing that one. That one is under contract. You guys have approved it. So they're going to start probably the end of May beginning of June. And then next year, I only have one street that I need to do, and that's Edgar Road. And then I'll be done with mill and overlay for 14 years. Because then what we do is every 7 years after, so when we mill and overlay, then after 7 years, when it's 7 years old, we go in and we do a chip seal. So we can reseal the pavement, protect it, and get long lasting life out of it. We do that twice. So we do it at 7 years and we do it at 14 years. And then when we get to 21 years, we do the mill and overlay again. So it's a cycle. So we don't just pick and choose. We keep going around in the circle. And same with the chip seal. So we'll pick back up where, the oldest mill and overlay will then be chip sealed, and then we just keep going around. So.
And those are just for the asphalt streets.
Correct. Yeah, concrete streets, they had a bond issue in, I don't remember when it was, but
2013.
early 2000s or something. So those concrete streets are 50 years before they have to be replaced. So it'll be after my tenure here. So.
All right, other questions? All right, then let's go ahead to the second.
Okay, CIP. First one is the chip seal. So for next year, we are looking at $202,583 for chip seal. This year, the chip seal is in the northwest part of town. So then we'll be going to the north part of town for this one. So. City Hall Plaza out front. I don't know if you've ever noticed, it's crumbling, falling apart. And our insurance provider said you need to do something with it. So I got a cost to get it replaced. It was about $56,000. So I put $60,000 in there for stamped concrete. So it'll be colored and stamped. It won't have the brick in there anymore, but we will stamp it to make it look like it does now. So, and then that also includes the top part up by the front entry. Those slates are falling apart. So we'll do that also in stamped concrete.
How long would that last?
Stamped concrete should probably last 40 years.
Is it 40?
40. We have to seal it every 3 years. So it'll be sealed after the first install by the contractor who installs it. And then we will put it on our calendar and we'll seal it every 3 years. Roof replacements. We are scheduled to replace the slate roof, which is this one right out here. In next year, 120,000 to do that. And we're going to do a metal roof for that. So it'll be metal, but it'll look like slate. And the metal roof, you get a 30-year life out of it.
And is that the one that we had hoped to put solar on but won't be able to, or is that?
No,
another?
you can't put solar on that because it's slanted.
Okay.
The flat roofs is where we were looking at putting solar,
Okay.
because you put it on there and you just tilt it slightly so it catches the sun at the right angle. But the flat roofs aren't big enough because they have to be set back from the edges so far.
Right.
And he said it would be such a small footprint, it wouldn't work. So the one we're really looking at is the rec center. So that'd
Right.
be a good one.
Makes sense.
So here's the dump truck that we can't do as electric. It's a 2011, we'll be replacing 164,000. And that includes everything. That's the cabin chassis, the dump bed, and then all the snow equipment, plow hookup, salt spreader. So that's all, and the lights for 164,000.
Do we trade our old in to get?
And we'll sell the old one on Purple Wave. And we usually get between 15 and 25,000 for those.
That's not baked into this cost though, correct?
No. So electric vehicle charging stations, I talked about the grant that I'm applying for. It's 500,000. And that would be public chargers at the rec center, the parking garage, the Alma parking lot. And then we'll put in a couple of charging stations at the service center. But those won't be public.
How do we plan to advertise this to our residents that's there?
Well, we have a PR person that can
I didn't want to look
advertise
at
it
it
for
too
us,
close.
but
yeah.
also they put it on their map.
Mhm.
So people are in the area and they search for charging stations that'll pop up on the map.
So the city manager and I have actually had a conversation about this, and at some point, I think it would be nice to do some sort of ribbon cutting or celebration, and maybe invite some other people to join us.
Yeah, let St. Louis County know what we're doing.
The charging stations are getting quite a bit of use, so that's been fun to see.
You can bring those Mustangs that we purchased, you know.
Yeah,
And we are
because,
going to,
because the public ones that we're looking at doing are gonna be the fast charging ones.
Oh, perfect.
Mhm.
That's
DC
great.
fast charging.
and how long will it be before we can start charging for it?
So we're currently charging for the public ones that we have here. Todd, do you want to talk about that? That started last week.
It started this week.
Okay,
This week?
It was activated yesterday.
so it was free charging before then. So,
The free
Um,
trial for 2 weeks.
but they've been used quite a bit, so that's been
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
to see, and that's without much advertisement or marketing of it.
Is it free for staff? Like if they have an electric vehicle, personal electric vehicle?
Great question. We hadn't broached it. Nice perk. Yeah.
Not if you want to hook up to the public one.
Say that again.
Not if you want to hook up to the public one.
But like, for instance, this one that's in,
That's in the back here.
Yeah.
That's the fleet one. That's for the building department. And actually, the police are gonna use it until we get their fast charger,
gotcha.
which is ordered. It takes 12 weeks to get it in. So.
It's a
So
great
what is the
consideration,
cost
though.
to
They're not always used. Pardon me.
What is the cost?
So the DC fast chargers are about 50,000 for the charger itself.
No, I mean,
Oh,
so
for
for someone.
25 cents a kilowatt hour.
Oh, that tells me nothing.
Most vehicles charge at 6.6 kilowatts per hour.
So if I go and fill up my car,
So
what
if
would
you-
I charge?
So if you were charge, if you charge for an hour at 6.6, it would be $1.50.
Wow.
And does that just cover our costs or does that provide some revenue?
Yeah, our cost is 8 cents a kilowatt hour is what Amber's charging. us.
And
8.5. I think.
25 cents, pretty standard.
Yeah, 15 to 35 is their standard. So we went to the middle.
Now, is that revenue counted for in your budget?
It's very minimal.
Mhm.
Is it in the revenue budget?
It's pretty minimal though. I can just tell you that.
It's a start.
Unless it really picks up steam moving forward. And when we get the other ones up and running, that'll increase the revenue. So. Mill and overlay. So like I said, the last mill and overlay is going to be for Edgar Road. That'll be our last one. That's going to be about 320,000 to do that. From Big Bend all the way down to Watson. And then, so it's mill and overlay, and then we do the striping in-house. Parking garage, we had some repairs done to it a couple years ago, and they said, you know, you really need to get it on a sealing schedule. Every 3 years it needs to be sealed, just like the stamped concrete. So it's up for sealing this coming year, so that cost is about 220,000.
So reading the item for that and going over the history of the stability of that, are we confident that we have a fully stable parking garage right now?
Yes,
Good.
yes, it's not gonna fall.
Okay.
Until we start getting all these electric vehicles on it with all their battery weight. Then we don't know.
Go on the lower level.
Yeah, exactly. Except we're putting the chargers up on top. Where they're more visible. We have a pickup truck in the fleet. That's a garage vehicle that's used for going pick up parts and running out. If we got a vehicle that's got some problems, we run out and we can fix a flat or whatever, jump a battery. That truck is 58,000. Service center is also roof replacement. This one is the flat roof that's over top of the main garage bays, and that has the solar panels on it. So the cost to do this includes removing the panels and reinstalling them. So that's why it's 225,000. And this one's only 120,000.
So it's reinstalling them, not replacing them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they're still have useful life. I think they're getting close to their half
Okay.
of their useful life. So,
Do you have an idea of how much that added to the cost, removing and replacing?
about 80,000
To remove them
to remove and
And
replace. them.
replace
and replace them?
Yes.
Oh.
Not like,
Scared. I just got so
put them
mad.
back in place.
Because they have to remove them, then reseal the roof and then reinstall them.
Yeah, not like place like new ones.
Yeah, not putting new ones on.
The word replace is tripping us up because
Yeah.
of its multiple meanings.
Remove the existing ones,
Reinstall.
replace the existing ones when we're finished. Service center, vestibule. This will be a public access to the building down there because right now we don't have one. So when public comes to visit us, they have to come in through our gate. They're driving into the back where all of our equipment is running around and it's not safe. So we got an engineer to design us a vestibule It'll be it'll be a projection out of the building right there where that bush is. That bush is gonna come out. There's a window right behind there, like the window on the left. We're gonna remove that window, put a door in there, and then we're gonna build 3 walls out of that with a glass front door. People can go in there. There'll be a counter with a doorbell ring button. Let us know that there's somebody out there. We can come out, meet them, talk with them. If we need to bring them into the building, then they can come in through our door. So,
Construction's done in-house.
no, this will be bid out.
So how often does the public visit the work center?
I would say we get 5 to 7 people a week.
What are they visiting for?
Most of them are coming to complain about something. But a majority of them are coming for sewer lateral. They gotta make an application or they got paperwork they need to drop off and stuff like that. So.
Now, is this a modular type building or it's?
No, it'll be brick exterior, 3 walls. It'll just have electricity. It won't have heating and air conditioning installed in it, so. Utility truck. This one is 77,000. It has the utility bed on the back for all the tools. This is used by our sign shop.
Would that be electric?
No, none of these vehicles are eligible for electric yet, so. They have the electric pickup trucks, but they don't have them with all the weighted on, with the bed and that weight and all that. They don't have them yet available.
And our current one that we're using, it'll be sold? or-
We'll be selling that on Purple Wave, and we'll probably make about 12 to 15,000 on that one.
Look at all that money you make.
It goes back in the coffers. Anything else? Any
Yeah,
questions?
questions?
Nope, I do appreciate you, the effort you made to decrease the amount that you,
Yeah.
for your budget.
Well,
That was over.
yeah, it had everything to do with the winter.
Climate.
That's all right. That's good.
Turn it over to Mr. Scott.
Status class ever knew. If we're gonna do it, let's really do it. But thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So we've had one of our better years this year, especially after the last couple of years with declining revenues off of COVID. So we're pretty happy with our 2023 estimates. Revenues are up, expenses are down, and carrying that forward into 2024. We are again looking for an even little bit larger revenue going into 2024 than we are estimating for the end of 23, which is $140,000 more than we had for the approved 2023 budget. So that's a testament to people coming back in to work out. The ice rink's still going really well. Our rentals are starting to turn back on a little bit. Our park rentals are slamming. But the facility rentals with meeting room rentals and volleyball and things like that in the gymnasium are starting to pick back up as well. So those really good on the revenue side. We're pretty happy with that. It'll be our highest revenue that I've ever shown for y'all in the last decade. So we're pretty happy. Expenses, again, we're going down on expenses, $8,000 year over year, but still down. So between 8,000 down and 140 up. Go team. So any questions on the expenses and revenue?
Well, since you asked.
Yes. Back it up.
So how can you, I've been saying that our residents are starting to use the center more frequently and things like that. How can we tell what they're using and if it's a profitable center, like the exercise center, the basketball court?
Sure. So our revenue is actually, broken down by each of those different things. For the fitness center, I have fitness admissions, fitness passes, which are daily admissions, and then fitness programs. So I have all of those different areas broken down on the revenues. They are all up from last year. So each one of those is going up. Typically, none of them are running at a loss. Fitness is probably our closest, And even that one, this year, we're looking at expenses. All right, so expenses at 143,000. There's some caveats in that. We've removed all of our utilities have been consolidated at City Hall. Some of the staffing, overhead, like my costs and stuff, aren't baked into that fitness number, but 143 in expenses, 297 in revenue on the current year. Next year, we're looking at 205 in expenses, 265 in revenue. Those will flip by the end of the year. A lot of that's baked in and depends on, I'm trying to project fitness programs and how many people sign up. So if we don't have them all go, expenses obviously come down. But all the facilities, all the different areas and the recreation side are more than covering their own costs. The park side obviously is not. Park rental revenue is only estimated $80,000 next year, and you're more than $1.5 million worth of expenses in the park side. But we've got park sales tax, which covers a large portion of that. But the rentals for parks are only on the pavilions, at $150 a day, or the ball fields at $15 an hour. So those obviously don't cover their cost.
Have you given more thought to putting more pavilions in any other parks where there aren't pavilions today or where there aren't rentable spaces?
We pretty much sell out all of our pavilions, so there would be some tolerance to put some more in. They're pretty expensive to put in. And there's not a whole lot more parks that don't have them.
Think about like Memorial maybe is one that comes to mind. And I feel like that was something that was talked about at one time as a possibility, but I don't remember.
So that is in our 5-year CIP plan,
Okay.
and something that we might look at with the pool bond issue. It's something I've been trying to get a pavilion there that could service the ball fields and maybe concert venue out onto the ball fields. Could also be then gated off to go into the pool, so we could use it for swim meets and birthday parties and such. So I haven't figured it out yet, some sort of fencing that would do like this to open it up to different areas.
Okay.
So that's one. The other problem with, it's not just pavilion. Usually if you have pavilion, you really need a bathroom too,
Yeah.
which drives up the cost quite a bit. Margaret Atlanta doesn't have a bathroom, and that one doesn't get rented quite as much or as long for birthday parties and such. It's a great little playground. It's great for a 5 or 6-year-old birthday party. But 5 or 6-year-olds need to go to the bathroom kind of frequently, and there's not a bathroom there. So when you start throwing in plumbing and such, it really drives up your cost quite a bit.
Okay.
All right. Some of the notable changes, we kind of already heard that all of our custodial supplies are being reallocated into Public Works. For us, that was $26,000. So that's a pretty notable change coming out of our budget, going into Todd's. Aquatic services in the pool, our lifeguards and management contract is on a 3-year contract. That one's going up $26,000 this year. That is due to the not minimum wage, but the lowest wage that they're paying their staff. So the lifeguards are now above $15 an hour. I think it's 15.17 is their lowest rate. And it goes up to almost $22 an hour for their veteran pool managers. So that contract.
Scott, can I ask you about that a little more specifically? Because I was trying to make sense of this. So it's page 156 and I think it's where to go. 803 professional services.
Yep.
So we're on a 3-year contract with them, but it looks to me like we've gone from 110 grand and some change to more than twice that. And that's just what they can charge us because they're the only game in town. Is that the?
So we went out for bid on this. We're in our second cycle. So we did a 3-year bid.
Yeah.
We finished that one out. That contract has renewables in it. They kind of are the only game in town on large commercial pools. We had another vendor that had bid on that originally, but they only have like 1 and 2 lifeguard pools, your subdivision pools, your golf course pools, things like that. They didn't have any municipals. there was another municipals company in town. They went out of business
Okay.
because they, well, for a host of reasons, but cost was a big one for them. So as minimum wages has really stacked up, lifeguards is a tough job to get. We've been pretty lucky in Webster that we have such a strong swim team, and we've got a lot of, I say this affectionately, pool rats, that's what we call them, that just love our pool, that we're pretty good on lifeguards. They actually send Webster kids out to Shrewsbury, Crestwood, some of the other Kirkwoods. But there's a lifeguard shortage around, and the cost is just driving up. So they're over $15 an hour now. They're doing a lot of promoting. We've never had to put signs out before. If you look down at the rec center, there's multiple banners and signs trying to hire guards for them, that we're trying to promote them. So that bid had escalations every year on those salaries and wages, and also chemical cost for chlorine and things of that nature.
So this is going to give you a headache that I'm just going to ask
Don't
it.
say it. Go ahead.
You said we have sort of, as supply goes with lifeguards, given the swim team, and, you know, parent of a lifeguard and pool manager kid myself who was swim team rat. Can we bring it in-house? What would it look like to bring it in-house? Would it save us any money to do so?
I do not think it would save you any money to do so, because I can't do it at the current full-time staffing level I have. If I need to have someone to manage all of that lifeguard and pool management operations, I'm gonna need another full-time staff member to do that. By the time we hire that, we get into the same
Okay.
cost range as what we're paying. We are paying, you know, $40,000 is I think is the management fee off the top of my head. 56,000 is our pool management and chemicals combined, and then the lifeguards is 200,000. So I would have to have another full-time staff member in there to do that, which would be more than that 56,000, not
Gotcha.
including the chemicals. So I don't really think the cost saving. There's not very many, if any, off the top of my head that I could think of. Sure there are, that only have an outdoor pool that do it in-house.
Yeah. Okay.
If you have both an indoor and an outdoor, then you can afford the full-time person and you can keep the staff on year round. But it's so hard to do the staff training if you don't have an indoor pool and you're trying to do it all in-house because you don't open your water. We haven't put water in the pool yet. So if I was gonna do my own guards, I'd have had to put water in the pool 3 weeks ago to start lifeguard training classes. So there's another 6 weeks worth of water and chemicals and everything else going into the pool too. It's just not, it can be done. It would not be my recommendation.
Got it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And I knew that
One
question was coming.
full-time
Yeah.
person that Laura was speaking about, is that all year long or just for the summer season?
I'm sorry, can you say the beginning of that again?
That full-time person, FTE that you were talking about, Laura, with Laura, to manage the swimming people, the water people. Is that all year long or is it just summer?
If we did it in-house and we were hiring another person, it would be minimum 6 months, probably more than that. Because our lifeguard company now really starts recruiting in January to get guards, recruiting and then training classes, and then you don't finish until September. So, 6 to 9 months, you'd need that person on staff. So they could obviously do other things during the non-summer times. They could run family programs or special events or help out in fitness or wherever it might be. If we were going to hold them over year round, I don't think that there's anybody out there that I can get to do it seasonally for 6 months at a time. I don't know if those people are out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to project into the future. Should we move forward with a larger pool in the future? Would it at what point behoove us to have that full-time person as being discussed rather than contracting out?
There's a lot of variables there. If it's just an outdoor pool, I would recommend that we would stay with a management company. If we end up going with some sort of hybrid indoor-outdoor option, then we would, probably look at that, bringing it in-house. There are several pools that that have indoor that still contract out with the same company we do. There's several pools that run it themselves. It's just, if you can find the right person to come in. Historically, there's a lot of turnover in that aquatics field, supervision. When I was at the city of Richmond Heights previously, I was there for 15 years. We probably had close to a dozen people in that 15 years that cycled through that. We had 1.5 positions doing that job. So we were constantly cycling through those. It's a tough job, dealing with the amount of hours you have to put into the pool in the summertime. You know, as a full-time, you know, salaried employee, you're going to be there 70 or 80 hours a week if you're managing that pool. That's just it's a crush of people. But it would definitely be something to look at if we are going to do an indoor pool. If we're just staying at the outdoor, even if we expand the size some, I think management was the way to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next thing is 22 in our ice rink. We are proposing to send our ice superintendent to the North American Rink Conference and Expo. That is a ice rink specific conference. We have never sent anybody while I've been here to this conference. Joe, our superintendent, was able to get one of 3 certifications in that field. When the Maryland Heights ice rink opened, they brought a training in for that one, and he was able to get the first round. We'd like to send him to get the second round on that. Your ice rink is your biggest revenue driver for the Parks and Rec Department of almost $750,000. So the $2,500 fee to send him to that this year is a good year to do it, because our Parks and Rec State Conference is in St. Charles this year. So we won't have any hotel expenses. Like if it was at Lake of the Ozarks, a couple of us would travel and we'd stay at the hotel. So that will be offset this year. So it's a great time to send him to get another certification.
All right, I have an ice rink question.
Sure.
now, too. Sorry, I'm not, ice arena. I just want to call it rink. I was trying to figure out also the staffing here. It looks like, is there an additional ice staffer under the ice rink? It just seems like a pretty big jump from the estimated to the proposed budget in terms of the salary line.
We have multiple full-time people in the ice rink. We have a superintendent. We have 3 maintenance technicians. One of them works daytime and takes care of driving Zamboni and cleaning bathrooms and locker rooms. Then we have 2 of those individuals that work nights and weekends. We have brought those positions on board over probably the last 4 years, those 2 in lieu of the part-time supervisors that we used to have.
Okay.
So it's the same amount of hours. It's just full-time versus part-time, so that we can get more continuing and better customer service by having a full-time person there.
Okay.
So, and then we've got a building maintenance technician that is also booked into the ice rink 2022 accounts. So we consolidated. I'm trying to consolidate a bunch of my accounts too, because I have one for every different facility, and we used to break out a lot of things, and we would have like the maintenance technician we booked in recreation and ice rink and fitness
Gotcha.
or whatever. I've put him all just in ice rink this
Right.
year.
So this maybe isn't a
That maybe-
reflection. Yeah. So this is just moving the money around in
Yes.
accounting as opposed to a new.
Yes, we have not put any new positions
Okay,
on.
gotcha.
That's why on the aquatic center, the salaries went to 0.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that was-
previously the
So that was
Vicky's,
37,000.
yeah,
Yeah. And
Vicky's
yeah.
position previously was half in aquatics, half in rec. I've just consolidated all in rec. So same dollars, just different locations.
Thank you very much.
Trying to make it easier on everybody to figure out where to bill things to.
Are you fully staffed right now?
We still had some position. We had positions that were frozen or eliminated last year, and we have not
Right, right.
refilled any of those.
But any of the ones that are open are filled at this point?
Any of them that are open, yes, we just filled, we were able to promote internally to fill the recreation superintendent position, Mickey position, and we just hired the backfill on the manager who moved up, started with us last Monday.
Great.
So we're staffed up there.
Okay.
We do have, I lied, we do have one new position. It's in the grants fund, 36 grants. So we brought on the full-time inclusion services coordinator. This is a position that we've always been involved with. It's been 4 or 5 cities that has shared one position. It's most recently been housed with the city of Clayton for the last 5 years. We were able to bring that staff member left, and as we were hiring a new staff member, I offered to take it in-house here so we could host the staff member. They'll be in our office. So it comes in our budget. We divvied up equally 4 ways. Plus we get about $23,000 worth of grants from the St. Louis Productive Living Board and the Rec Council for providing services to our individuals that have needs to participate in our programs and events. So same amount of dollars again, but that's another FTE for us, and we're billing those other cities.
Tell me about the inclusion service coordinator. Well, just explain what they do, the full-time inclusion service coordinator.
So it's a position that if someone has any sort of special needs that they need help with to participate in our programs, whether that's medical, physical, mental, whatever it might be, they will work with those people to figure out what their needs are and how we can get them to participate in our programs as equally as they can with anybody else in our programs. They will also be able to help out with any building projects, ADA law, things of that nature. She'll be able to go out and, measure sidewalks and slopes to make sure we're within, the ADA laws and things of that nature. But primarily it's for helping individuals actively participate in recreation programs. But they do work for the city in general. So if we have needs outside of Parks and Recreation, they are available. For somebody that needed help accessing council chambers or something like that.
Thank you.
Last notable thing, Park Improvement Fund. To help out the general fund over the last 2 years, we've been moving staff out of the general fund into the Park Improvement Fund. So there's only one full-time park person and no part-time people in the general fund anymore. They've all been moved over to the Park Improvement Fund. Which brings me to the personnel listings.
Well, you say you only have one person that's not in that you haven't switched over?
We have one park person, yes, that is still in the 16 parks general fund accounts.
The reason why we don't move that one over?
We've just been slowly moving them over as we needed to, as I've been requested to balance my budgets or come in lower, that, we've been moving folks over there, but that can certainly be moved over there if that's something that you or the city manager would like to see. So in the Parks Improvement Fund is everything on the left-hand column. The general fund, if I can move myself out of the way here, is on the right-hand side column. I did see one mistake I made. I apologize. Park supervisors, I have 2 here in the general fund. One of those is the person, in the Park Improvement Fund. One of those should come over here to the general fund, and I will make that correction. I apologize for that. So 9.42 full-time equivalents in the park fund and 30.59 full-time equivalents in the general fund. Large portion of that in the general fund is part-time. Where'd my mouse go? I lost the mouse.
So it was
Go to my
30,
left.
29.59 in the general fund,
Yeah, there we go.
10.42 in the parks fund.
Take one off of parks and put one in general. So 9.42 and 30.59 because I made one mistake.
Okay.
But I lost the mouse again. There it is. The part-time in the general fund is almost 20. That's our folks that work the front desk, work in fitness, man the ice rink and things of that nature. It's a pretty high number, but we're open from 5 a.m. till midnight most days.
Well, I guess let's go back to my question. Wow. Those individuals are still they're in the general fund.
They're in the general fund because most of those folks are recreation
Not on the
folks,
parks
not
side.
parks folks. There's no parks like part-time in general anymore. All the parks part-time is in the Park Improvement Fund, and there's only one park supervisor, Mike Carter, who is our park maintenance person, takes care of all the ball fields and plumbing and things of that nature. He's still in the general fund. Everybody else has been moved. Park improvement. Strategic alignments. I had a whole bunch more than this, but I didn't want to bury you in text. So these were some of the ones that we're pretty excited about trying to do over the next year or so. We're going to start surveying the first column. We're going to start surveying all of our, or half of all of our program participants. We can do that through our recreation-based software through Civic Rec, which is pretty exciting. I don't know what kind of responses we'll get back off of those, but we're hoping to do 50% of our members and program participants. On diversity, equity, inclusion, we're looking to develop at least 3 new programs that will expand our offerings. One of them that's in the works right now is a fully inclusive Learn to Skate program, so that we can try to get more folks into the ice rink and skating. And then we're going to update our ADA transition plans. Last time we put together our transition plan, which is a document that you have to say that if you're not in compliance with ADA law, you have a plan to become compliant with ADA law, and how and when that's going to happen. So updating that plan over the next year with our new staff member.
So your DEI, you say you have developed 3 new programs. What's the other 2?
We're still, I don't know. This is our goal of ours, that we're going to try to develop at least 3 that will be above and beyond our normal offerings to try to promote.
And there was how to learn how to ice skate.
That's one of them, yes,
So
sir.
how would DEI fit into that?
That's the inclusion portion of it. We're trying to be more inclusive to bring in anybody that might have that special need, might not be able to participate as an able-bodied person would be able to.
Able body. So if I want to come in and learn how to skate.
Like if you were in a wheelchair, we're going to try to put a program together that would bring in folks that might be in a wheelchair or might have some sort of other physical or mental issue that would normally preclude them from signing up for that program. We're trying to provide a new program directly
For those individuals.
tries to meet those needs.
Okay.
They're open to everybody all the time, and we'd love to be able, the goal is to have them start in that specialized program and then be able to get them to skate well enough that we can move them into the other programs.
And those 3 new programs, any additional cost?
There'll be some cost, but they'll be offset by the revenues of the program participants. So typically there is a little higher cost for those because you might have 2 staff members for 1 person versus 1 staff member for 5 person teaching someone to skate. But we're already doing that with, some of our day campers and things like that as well. So.
Okay.
Fiscal integrity. We are going to try to seek out and apply for at least 5 grants this year. That's probably a little more than we normally do. So we're going to try to research and see if we can't come up with some more free money. I'm hoping to we've had a Friends of the Park, or it's been called a couple other things throughout the past. I'm hoping to get that kicked back off so that when we are looking at the pool issue down the road, that there's a citizen-led group that can help lead that information dispersal and get them all the information they would need. Sustainable practices. One of the grants that we're looking at right now is a $400,000 EPA 319 Clean Water Act grant through the Department of Natural Resources. We just submitted a letter of intent to apply for that, and we were the only municipality in the region that submitted an intent. And so the Department of Natural Resources has told us to go ahead and now submit the full application. That won't come in until our fiscal 25 funds. It's their fiscal 24 year. They're on a different cycle, but the grant process for a federal EPA grant is pretty burdensome. So, but since we're the only ones that DNR said to apply, pretty close to being a shoe-in that we'll get it because nobody else will. buy it.
No pressure now.
No
Scott.
pressure now. I know. I just jinxed myself. And then we're going to research and try to implement some different energy efficient labor practices, such as 4-day work weeks. It's something that we're looking at to see if we can get people here longer, so there's less trips back and forth to the shop. It helps our staffing levels throughout the day, especially in the ice rink with those 18-hour days. If you have 10-hour employees, you only need 2 of them for the whole day. And then it gets those employees an extra day off, which is good for their psyche and morale and such.
I think that all sounds great, Scott. I want to ask a little bit of a broad question and go down this route for a little bit, but have we ever done a determination? Well, let me ask a more general question. Is there a national standard for the number of parks or the number of square feet of parks or whatever, based off of a population density or based off of the size of a community?
There are several, both national and state. And it really depends on what you're looking at. The state used to produce something called the SCORP, which was the State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan. And it really defined everything down to, you need 1 tennis court for every 1,000 people. You need 1 park for every 1,200 people or whatever it was. So there are definitely standards out there to look at if you're trying to determine, do you have enough of something?
Well, and my question's on the other side of the coin. Do we have too many of something? And I recognize what I'm about to say is probably not the most popular thing, but I question whether, not necessarily whether we have enough parks, but whether we're utilizing our parks in the most meaningful way possible, or the land that we do have as designated parks, if we're using those possible. So have we ever done, as we talk about, as this council talks about doing a comprehensive land use throughout the city of Webster Groves, have we ever done a comprehensive review of our park system in Webster Groves to determine, does this park make sense here versus a park here and vice versa?
We did a system-wide park master plan process in 1998. So it's been a while.
It's been quite some time.
And since then, we've probably put a few parks on, and we've certainly improved 95% of all those parks through the parks tax. But we have not, we don't have a real current plan on the system wide. We've been doing individual master plans on individual parks as we came about to each one of them for their time to be improved in the rotation of those available funds.
I know logically it's not going to work like this, but I just think to myself, well, the fewer number of parks we have, the more money we can invest in the parks that we do have in order to make them better, more inclusive, everything in between. Would you be open to the idea of this council leading you down the path or directing you to look at which parks are viable, which parks are necessary, which parks actually add the most bang for our buck for our residents?
Absolutely. I mean, they are your parks. So if there's something you want to look at there, I'm happy to take a look at them. I will say, caveat on that, there are several parks that have been purchased using federal funds, land and water conservation funds, and those have a lifetime park value on them. So the only way that you could do something different to sell that park for housing or whatever it would be, you have to provide 2 times the amount of land inside your city to get rid of that 1 acre. You got to provide 2 new acres. So there are several parks, Southwest, Deer Creek, Blackburn, Memorial, a few others.
Those are big ones.
Yeah, big ones that are already locked in, and there's really no land change you can do for that. But there are some other ones that don't have any restrictions like that on them.
If we were to decrease the number of, especially the smaller parks that we do have or that are very small, do you see any cost savings that would be attributable to your department?
Sure. I mean, we touch each one of those parks multiple times a week. So between trash pickups, mowing grass, just those basic things, cleaning bathrooms or whatever it might be, as well as ongoing maintenance of playgrounds, fencings, parking lots, whatever individual amenities are in those parks. If you didn't have that piece of land, you wouldn't be sending staff there.
Yeah. It just seems to me that too often it seems like we're adding a park just to add a park rather than looking at the needs of the community. Park will actually benefit. And this is not to say I understand the purpose of green space. But the question is, when you look at it from a staff resource and from a taxpayer resource kind of connotation, it limits or it adds a different layer to the green space necessity or the green space idea. So that's the only reason I bring this up is I just question, and especially when this council looks at revenue, some of those smaller parks, and you think about the idea that we could hit two birds with one stone, not only revenue, but also the idea of potentially creating more affordable housing in certain places, stuff like that. I just think that maybe there's an avenue there that we haven't explored yet, and also would decrease parks expenditures while increasing maybe the value of what our park system has to offer to the residents.
I think you can continue.
Okay. CIPs, and I did not want to bury you in 10 pages. So for those at home, the page numbers are all on here. You can find the whole city budget under the finance tabs on the city's webpage, and see each one of these individual plans. The general fund, we just have two plans for next fiscal year. That is a floor scrubber, which is used at the rec center to clean all the hard surface tile floors, and then parking lot seal coats. That is primarily at the rec center as well. We put a new asphalt parking lot in there, did a mill and overlay. This will be our 4th year coming up. And so we've gotten piggybacking on Public Works' chip seal and seal coat bids to have their vendor come in and seal that parking lot and then repaint it.
The floor scrub is replacing an existing one.
Correct.
The existing one is working still.
Yeah. It's on its last leg, so it is currently still working, but it's time for replacement on that. If I had to say, it's 5 years old. It gets used almost daily to clean all the ice arena rubber flooring, the meeting room, hallway floors, and the gymnasium and lobby floors.
What would we do with the old one?
We'll try to sell it. We'll put it out on Purple Wave, but I don't imagine we'll fetch a big dollar amount. This one's only $8,000 for a new one. So, if we get 1/10 of that, $800 on Purple Wave, probably what we could expect to see.
So, oh, sorry, Scott.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask this. I know this doesn't fall under your SIP and falls under Todd's, but I forgot to ask Todd, so you're gonna get the question.
All right.
And Todd can chime in, but it kind of goes with the South Elm Avenue Road Diet, which is at least scheduled to be funded for 2017, long after I'm gone. I think it sounds like a great idea. And I know that so many times I hear complaints, we don't have sidewalks on South Elm from Glendale to Watson. And so this is an unbelievable, I think, progression, I think, for the city of Webster Groves. Can you, if you know anything about it, I was talking, do you know it? Can you explain to the public what this is? And also, I think it's important for them to start getting an idea of what this is gonna do, because it's gonna be a major change, I think, on South Elm.
Yes. So the project is a mill and overlay, so it'll be all new pavement because we have to move the center line over because we're going to shrink the lanes. Parking lanes are like 10 feet and they'll need to be 8. So we're gonna pick up a couple feet there for the shared use path that we're gonna put in. It's not gonna be just a sidewalk, it's gonna be a shared use, so it's gonna be bicycles and pedestrians. So it'll be a 10-foot wide path on the west side. So we're gonna shrink the lanes, the driving lanes will be shrunk, so that's why we have to shift the center line over, so we have to mill and overlay it, move the center line over, because you don't want to have the center line in the middle of a drive lane, so we're gonna have it in the center where the center stripe is gonna be. And then the parking lanes will be shrunk, and then the places where it's no parking or it's striped out, hatched to be no parking, we're gonna make those like native planting areas to help with the MSD requirements for water runoff and stuff.
That's awesome. So will this kind of like, when you go downtown, like in the central corridor, I feel like they did a lot of like those bike lanes where the cars are out a little bit, but you have the bike lane closer to the
Yeah.
ground. or
I,
to the
I wanted
grass.
to do the sidewalk and then a bike lane and then a curb and then the parking lane, but it's not, we don't have enough pavement with there.
Space,
So,
yeah.
so we said, okay, well, let's do a shared use path where the bicycles and pedestrians, you have a 10-foot wide path so they can share it. So,
That's great. I think the amount of safety that will create too.
correct, right.
For
And
both
you'll
not
have the
only
parking
drivers.
lane between that path, so people won't have to worry about cars on now.
I gotta say, Todd, this is probably the thing that I'm most excited about within this SIP. I think this looks really cool. And I think to me at least, and maybe this is just my own personal bias, but you know, having grown up around that area, it is one of the more dangerous roads,
Right.
especially for kids riding their bikes or
There's
walking.
no walks there.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
$3 million project and we're asking for 2 million on a grant that we've applied.
That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Nice job on that, Scott.
Thank
Could
Sorry.
have said it better myself.
And you did.
And I did.
Thanks for letting him come up.
Park Improvement Fund, $450,000 worth of upgrades and improvements. In the Park Improvement Fund. Biggest of those, ice rink locker room renovations and Ivy Crockett, courts, lights and signage are both approaching, $100,000 each. The rest of them, some of them are, smaller ticket items for landscape trailers and things of that nature. Happy to answer any questions on any of those individually. But again, I don't want to bury you in 27 slides.
We have questions?
So the picnic tables are like is that like a 2-year thing? Or is
We
it-
haven't really replaced any since I've been here, so we won't replace them all in 1 year. There'll be another section probably coming next year. We'll replace the ones in the worst condition and move them around so we have all the new ones in one location and move some of the not great ones, come bring them back in. We'll refinish the ones we can, salvage parts,
Okay.
Frankenstein, the best ones we can put back out. And then we'll do the rest of them the following year.
They could become holiday decorations.
I suppose they could, and my staff, they probably will, because they're super creative about making things like
Yeah,
that.
be part
I
of
had
the
not thought of that.
July parades.
In regards to the picnic table, Scott, like I know that one thing that I remember learning about when I first got on council was the idea of these handicap accessible picnic tables. Will any of them, do you plan on having any of the picnic tables handicap accessible for people that are in wheelchairs?
So almost all of ours now are at the ends. They're all linear tables and have benches on both sides, but either end are accessible. There are some additional ones that have shorter benches on one side for more access. There's also some kids picnic tables that I'm looking at, hoping to put in. I've seen in a couple places, pretty cool. You might have 8 adult size and 2 little kids, picnic table this tall.
That's cool.
That the littles just want to go sit at.
Yeah.
So yes, we'll be looking at all those. We haven't picked anything out or bid anything yet.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott.
Do we have other questions for Scott?
Barnacle
I
Park,
had-
there was at one point a request for water fountain and plumbing and stuff there. I remember that just coming up in a meeting at some point, but that's not feasible because of location and plumbing
So
situation.
it had, when we did the improvements with the greenway that went through there, we actually hit an old plumbing line that apparently was a previous water fountain that nobody knew about. My staff that's been here 25 years didn't know it was there, but that's the only thing we could figure out that it was, because it was just a single line that went up and dead ended pretty close to the corner of the tennis courts. We discontinued that line as part of the Great Roots Greenway trail when they were putting that in. So it would be fairly costly to put one in and pay the meter on it every month for just a drinking fountain. I think it's $35 a month, to just have a meter sitting in a park, whether you have any water or not going to it. So all winter long, you'd be paying that fee just for it to sit there. $1 might be wrong, but it's something like that.
Scott, do
Ma'am.
any of these improvements allow for receptacles for pets in these, like I know that where we have gateway greening, we have the pet receptacles, but I don't think we have, I don't know if we have any in our actual park.
They're not in every single park. They're in all the parks that are adjacent to any of the waterways, any of the creeks or anything as part of one of our MSD things, but they're not in every park. We are actually looking in this a different way of doing that, as opposed to buying those bags from a company, a way to be a little bit greener by producing a piece of PVC pipe that has holes drilled in it, and people can bring their shopping bags from Schnucks or Walmart or Walgreens or wherever, shove them in the top and then pull them out the bottom to pick up the dog waste with. There's several parks that are going to that and saving, thousands of dollars over buying those individual use mutt mitt bags that don't always stay in the park. A lot of times people grab handfuls of those and they don't always just use the one in the park. So that's something that my staff is looking into, building and creating those so that we can have more widespread use of something that is at the park that people can use to pick up their own pet waste. Yes.
I was gonna ask about line 718, Scott, on parks maintenance on page 154. The special events has increased by a little over 15K. I was wondering if you could explain that.
Are you in, I'm sorry, I don't have the same budget book you have. I printed my different one.
It's
Are you in the 16 parks maintenance or 68 park improvement fund?
16 park maintenance. Oh, I'm sorry, 20 park recreation.
Oh, you're in 20.
Yeah, no, I know. I just.
Some of that is increase in some of our special events such as Turkey Day Run. Costs have gone up. That one's $12,000 an individual line item for Turkey Day Run in there, but we bring in about $50,000 back in revenue. Fireworks is a $20,000 some odd individual line item inside there. And those fees keep going up on us each year. Those are the two big ones. And then day camp for field trips and special events, and day camp is about $7,000 in that line item.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Right, is it safe to let Scott go?
I don't know, David will just call him back up again.
Well, that's true. And there has been a request for a short break, given that we've been at this for a while. So how about if we take, I'm going to say 3 minutes, because if I say 3, then you'll really take 5. So let's go with 3 minutes, please.
Mayor, can I?
Oh, wait, sorry.
When we come back, I need to ask Todd a question.
Okay, we'll make sure we get Todd back up.
Lucky.
She's on Zoom.
I didn't have.
All right.
Whoppers. I didn't have any.
Jenny took them all. All the Whoppers.
What am I doing?
You took all the Whoppers.
I did.
Yeah.
Went through each of the bowls and I said, no, I didn't do anything about it.
It's too late now.
What happened to Sarah?
I got to ask. This is the thing.
Then we're gonna move on without you. Doesn't it, if it isn't pertaining to the budget, it can wait until we finish with the budget. Because I believe right now we will have the pleasure of having our chief of police join us.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
I'll skip introducing myself. I think you know who I am.
Yeah, is the microphone on?
Doesn't sound like it, does it? Is that better? Right.
You can just give them the handheld one.
Dale, this will go fast if you actually say something.
And I promise I'd only take 20 minutes. Okay, for the 2024 expenditures, you can see general expenditures is over 108,000. The other funds, 102,350, and all funds expenditures 47,693. Don't have a lot of notable changes. Some of these are actually pretty minute. First aid is down about 10K. That's mainly because we purchased blood clot kits for the officers in 2023, which we did not do this year. Meetings and conferences, there's a little bit of a change due to the last year, the CALIA conference, which we have to attend for our assessments, was in St. Louis. So we didn't have any expenses, housing expenses or food expenses associated with that last year. Maintenance contracts, up a little over 7,000, and that's counted by the new security cameras. It's the only game in town, basically. So our maintenance costs on that for the contract for next year increased quite a bit. Communications is due to Regis. Regis is the only game in town for the law enforcement criminal justice system. They had an increase of about $7,500. So actually, other than that, we actually bring our costs down a little bit, but because of that, we have an increase. The primary increases in vehicle maintenance, and that's due to the two electric vehicles that we're getting. The equipment from the fuel cars is not transferable over to the electric vehicles. So we have to buy all new equipment for the emergency lights, the peripherals for radios, all the shotguns, and attendant equipment that goes with it. All has to be new for the new vehicles. Once we turn the fleet over, we'll be able to do what we have done in the past, which is when we get new cars, we can transfer that over. So the cost will be a lot lower. But so it's a one-time upfront cost to get into the electric fleet. The equipment maintenance, not a big decrease there. That's mainly because we're going to do in-car vehicles, so we won't have the maintenance that was required from the old watch guard system. Training and education is up a little bit, and that's due to the fact we believe we're going to get an appointment for one of our commanders to attend the FBI National Academy. So, and that it's actually a pretty cost effective. They pay for all the cost except for the travel costs. So we needed to budget for that. I'm like, Scott, I've lost the mouse. I think I got it. Thank you. And our shared services, the increased costs there, the difference about $20,000. That's the cost that we really, it's not controllable. It's based upon a formula for calls for service. Our calls for service increased considerably from last year. So for the East Central Dispatch Center, our cost went up about $20,000.
Chief, before you move on, I know that this is not your responsibility, but I just want to, for the record, say how frustrating this is to me. Because, you know, if you look at the bigger budget document, it's like, it's an over 30% increase over the last 4 years, I think it is.
Yes.
And I know you have done some work trying to make suggestions about how that can be contained. I know the city manager has voiced concerns there, and we don't have to get into the discussion right now. But I just wanted to say that this is just infuriating to me.
It's mostly, well, it's not just the cost. You know, the cost is certainly a big part of the picture, but the other part of it is that because of the formula issues, one of the big issues is the budgeting. What we're trying to do, and I know Dr. Peoples has been working on, is try to get into a formula, get into some kind of system that we can predict what our costs are going to be 5 years out. So we can say it's not going to jump up 10% next year or 20% the year following, or as it has for the past 4 years, 30% increase. So it's a difficult situation. I still feel, again, I've had discussions with Dr. Peoples. I still think it's cost effective, but it's approaching the point where it's not. So, I mean, it's something we need to take a look at in the future.
Chief Curtis, if you would, on that note, you mentioned that calls for service had increased. What types of calls for service?
There's in the formula, there's priority 1 calls down through priority 5 calls, and the priority 4 up to the 1 are all chargeable. So the only calls that are taken out are calls like if an officer calls out for meals, if he calls out for mail runs, administrative type calls, those calls are taken out of the total package. But the other calls, alarm soundings, auto accidents, any type of crime, assist to the fire department, those are all chargeable. So based upon those types of incidents is what all of the agencies get charged for. It's one of the reasons why Shrewsbury left. That it became an untenable cost for them, not being able to project it. I don't know what the answer is, or if there is an answer to it. Like I said, I still think it's cost effective for us right now. But if it continues, if we can't do something with the formula, or it continues to raise, or at least where we can't predict what the cost is going to be, we may have to look at another solution for communications. On our personnel, we're stable. We were where we were last year. We have actually myself, 2 captains, 3 lieutenants, 5 sergeants, 6 detectives, 28 patrol officers, an administrative coordinator, and our records clerk. We have 3 positions that are in the budget, but they're frozen, so we're not filling those.
Do you have any that aren't frozen, that aren't filled?
We have 1 position that's currently open, that's not frozen. And that was from a departure 2 weeks ago. So it's, excuse me, it's fairly recent. Sorry about that.
Oh.
On our alignment with the strategic goals, providing excellent for service. And service, let me get out of the picture here. We want to continue to purchase and maintain quality operational equipment, fund contemporary professional communication center, provide high quality training for our officers, and hire and retain high quality employees. Achieving diversity, equity, and inclusion, and DEI. We want to make sure we fund recruiting efforts from academies with diverse candidates, advertise in publications and educational institutions serving diverse populations, fund female and minority recruit training, and retain female and minority officers through employee development, training, and education. All important parts of the budget.
Chief, I do have a question.
Sure.
I do know at I think the last graduating class from the police academy down in St. Louis, it was like 8 or 10. We used to be anywhere from 30 to 35. I guess, is there any way or anything that we could do to combat that? I don't know.
It's a very difficult situation. One of the things that we have done, and one of our newer officers, is to hire without post certification and then send the officers to the academy. And that's part of when I say fund female and minority recruit training. In our recent advertisements, we're advertising for post certified and non-post certified. So if we can get a good candidate who's a minority or female, especially, we will actually fund them to go through the academy. When you get somebody that's post, there's 2 things. When you get someone that's post certified, you don't have to pay for the 6 months of training. And then you also don't have to wait 6 months for them to go through the training to get on the street to actually help you. So it's it's some short-term pain for long-term gain. And it's one of the things that are in our goals. So if we can get a candidate that fits what we're looking for, we will fund them and put them through the academy. But even that's difficult to do. It's hard to recruit anybody in the police service nowadays. Which is not a surprise, but it's not just the environment. It's also just the marketing. I mean, people aren't interested in doing public service work anymore. Ensuring long-term fiscal integrity. We want to make sure we continue to fund our annual audit with the inventory department property, equipment and resources. Fund workload assessments. Continue to fund our accreditation process and assessments. And fund staff training and development on financial planning and research development. It's one of the things that we set a high priority on. It's part of the accreditation process, and that is we do have annual audits. We make sure we track our property. We make sure we have efficient use of equipment. We make sure that we're doing all the processes that we should be doing in conjunction with the city policies to get the highest quality equipment at the lowest possible cost. The sustainable practices, of course, one of the things that we're doing is purchase of electric vehicles. We're getting 2 vehicles this budget year, and then we're asking for 2 vehicles in the next budget year. And then when we can, we're ordering supplies, although they're generally minor costs, we still want to look at purchasing items that are manufactured using renewable resources and that are also can be reused as a renewable resource. In our SIP items, we want to renew our agreement for the body cameras with the 3 station docks software, network server license, and storage server. I think it's an important part now of the police environment. I think it's something that's generally expected. It's one of the things we use to audit officer behavior, and also that gives the community and the council and the city manager confidence in the way that we conduct our business. And we never get any complaints, but if we were ever to get a complaint, we would go to the body worn cameras. As I'd mentioned, the 2 electric vehicles that we're wanting to purchase again this year, we went to overtime, try and replace the fleet and go to electric fleet. Our gas budget is up a little bit, but what we're hoping is obviously we're not going to know until we put these vehicles into practice. But we anticipate and are hopeful that by putting even just with the 2 vehicles that our gas costs are going to go down. But we need to experience that before we budget accordingly. So we're asking for 3 MDT replacements. It's part of our police department's plan. We have 14 mobile data terminals. We try and swap out 3 a year, which makes, usually we'll have, 6 or 7 years old, it's the oldest ones in the fleet. By that time, it's generally outdated. So part of that plan is to do 3 MDT replacements. One of the reasons it's the cost is still about 15,000 is, again, for the electric vehicles. We're actually, there's the peripherals and the computer that we use for those cars are a little different than the ones that are in the field vehicles. So we have to buy a couple more expensive MDT replacements. Video recorders for patrol vehicles. The current system is about getting close to 10 years old. The new replacements that we're getting are with the same vendors, our body worn cameras. So we'll be able to integrate the body worn cameras with the videos. We're going to get a much better integrated picture of any incident that happens, be much more reliable. And obviously it's an updated system with much better software for things like redacting. If we get a sunshine request, or if we need to put something in the public, we can more easily redact it and also use the software to get better information from the videos. Any questions?
I do have one, Chief. I noticed in the capital improvement for replacement of your pistols,
Yes,
not scheduled to year of 26.
2 years out. Yes,
Yeah. How old is your?
they will be about, depending on because we have incrementally replaced some of them. They'll be between 9 and 12 years old when we replace them. As long as they're maintained well, they're safe, reliable. But one of the big issues that we're getting into is the age of them. And also they're discontinuing the models that we make. So we can't, basically need everybody to have the same type of equipment, same type of weapon. So we can't really incrementally replace them. At some point, we do need to switch over. Plus, we also want to go, it's from studies and practice, we believe it's something that's more suitable to police service to go to 9mm as opposed to the 40 caliber, which we have now.
Yeah, and it's for the weight. I mean, they're a much heavier gun.
Yes.
Not that I've carried one.
I was wondering what that was on your head, Councilman Smith.
So how many pistols would $25,000 buy?
That would get us about 50 plus pistols, depending on what we get for trainings.
Really?
Yeah. We should be able to purchase enough for every officer with probably 5 to 6 extra.
All right, thank you.
On the electric vehicles, would we be purchasing like the Mustangs again, or more like the SUV style, or a mix?
Mustang is the kind of the traditional thing, and it is a Mustang, but it's a police interceptor, not a Mustang.
Oh, I'm
Yes, it's,
Please.
we will,
Thank
this is another thing, discussion that I've had with Dr. Peoples, actually, she's had, and mentioned it, is there are other electric vehicles coming online, but as of now, and one of the reasons that we going with the police interceptor, the Ford, is it's the only vehicle that's been tested for police use and passed the test. So I know Chevrolet is trying to develop some. I think Chrysler is as well. I'm not sure about that. Chevrolet is probably the next one to come online. But as you know, as they become available, we will take a look at other cars to see if there's something that's more cost effective. The other thing you have to consider though is for the service center and for us, you don't want to really mix too much into the fleet. You want to try and stick with one model of car so that everything's interchangeable. It's just like with the equipment. We're having the upfront cost now for the new cars. But once you have all of those kind of cars, you can transfer the equipment over every year. So that's one of the other considerations that you have to have.
Other questions? All right, thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you.
On to our next chief.
Katie, would you set the clock at 7 minutes?
Welcome, Chief Ellis.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor and Council, great to be with you tonight as your fire chief. And as we discuss people, places, and things and how the proposed budget supports those. Based on our current budget year to our proposed budget, you can see that not much of a difference as far as our general operating funds. The biggest change for the fire department is our capital expenses, which I'll end on that, explaining the difference. The main difference last year was the fire truck, ladder truck approval. Some notable changes. I approach this a little differently, but I wanted to focus on these areas because it's more of cultural changes that we continue to work on, which of course still connects to $1. Primarily training. I just wanted to thank you for supporting our current training budget because we've been able to really develop some strong relationships, some new ones, especially with our North County relationship. And one of the big changes is that we are joining, starting July 1, the Central Core Training Division. So all of our neighbors around us that we run automatic aid with will be training in that same consortium. The great thing about both of those different training initiatives is that they support different training needs. One of the goals I had set this time last year was to get 3 live burns a year for our firefighters. And between those two agencies, we can get 3. North County provides a lot of basics and certification discounted classes, and then the Central Core focuses more on command level and our incident command structure. And they have a lot of technology we would have invested some money in, but we get that as part of being part of that program. As far as equipment, main goal really is to replace anything over 10 years. One of our shifts went through every piece of equipment, all of our apparatus, and put together a spreadsheet for us. So we know what we have that's older than 10 years and includes hose that's over 20 years. Community risk reduction. This falls under our prevention umbrella. And although prevention is nothing new, we have great work by our fire marshal, Chief Boehner, and assistant chief there. Our crews doing inspections and pre-plans. But these are some new initiatives for community risk reduction. And so Captain Mike Smith is over this team. And one of the things we really want to focus on as we set our vision for this team is how do we educate and get more involved with our community? And one is providing CPR classes, re-upping our ride-along program, which we did for the colleges for paramedic students. But this is also going to be for, as it already is in place, for citizens who want to come ride out for 12 hours on the fire truck and see what do we do. And then the home safety surveys. This is a new initiative where it's not an inspection, but our crews will go out to the stations, go out to the residences per their request, and just walk through with the family and talk about fire safety and make recommendations to make their house safer. One shift or change is the overtime from last year or for our current budget year. What we did this whole year, we've been tracking through a QR code training overtime and special events and operations overtime. And so we've broken down and added a separate GL line now as far as the overtime so we can track that. And then the final shift or change for this next year is really focusing on health and wellness. And so I'm really excited to share that we are providing an NFPA 1582 firefighter physical for all of our firefighters. This is a company that will be the first city in the state of Missouri to bring a company in from Austin, Texas that provides a true 1582 physical in person on site. And one of the primary reasons to bring them in is for cancer screenings. It's the #1 killer of our firefighters, and it's new cancers that are being discovered. And so our firefighters will undergo this test in August for their medical exam. We tried to work with our current company here in the area we've used for years, and they can't provide this physical. We also purchased a gear extractor and dryer, and this also pulls the extra carcinogens that are left and off gassing on bunker gear after a fire. And that's at house 2, as well as still providing a second set of gear. We have 8 sets of gear we'll purchase this next year out of our capital. And then Aspen to support behavioral health for our firefighters and police officers. It's a joint effort between the two of us. To unite us that supports our first responders and their families where they can take a self-assessment tool and it directs them toward therapists and counselors. And I'm humbled to serve on the board of directors, and the price on that is free. So it's great. So really excited about this support we have for our health and wellness of our first responders. Any questions on some of those changes? As I said, we're ready to soar in 24.
Not a question, but I did speak with the women from Aspen at the community safety fair and just really excited about the opportunities that brings. So
Yes,
thanks for that.
Yes, ma'am. It's fantastic. As far as personnel, we've been able to fill all of our positions. We've been haven't had any problem recruiting quality candidates. We have hired quite a few people this current budget year and last year, but we haven't had any problems as far as recruiting talent. We just interviewed 4 individuals. We offered 2 jobs to the 2 openings we had, and they start in about a week and a half. And so as far as we'll be at full staffing by then. We had 1 retirement and 1 person leave in the last month. Operating out of 2 firehouses, as you're well aware, and out of that, I've listed our fleet as well as our reserve fleet. One of the things I'm excited is that, we will have, once our new ambulance gets here, we'll have 2 reserve ambulances. So we'll have 1 in each house. Our current ISO rating is still a 2, and that's an exceptional rating. We get re-inspected this summer. So Chief Boehner and myself and our battalion chiefs, our command staff are already putting things in motion to get ready for that reinspection for our ISO rating. And we are on pace to run just under 3,000 emergency calls for 2023. I've broken down, it's 73% EMS, 27% fire. Now that fire encompasses any call outside of an EMS run. But we have responded to more fires this year outside of our city than this time last year. We are much busier in the area with our Central Core friends.
Chief Ellis?
Yes, ma'am.
Of those numbers for both EMS and fire, how do we know or what percentage belong to Webster Groves proper only?
I can break that down, get that back for you, but we typically, as far as aid given and aid received, is that what you're asking? Yeah. We usually have about a 15% auto aid receive, and we're giving about half that.
Thank you.
Say that again, Chief. I'm sorry, I was a little confused.
Yeah, it fluctuates a little bit, but for the types of calls where we're receiving the auto aid, primarily it's for EMS. Whenever our ambulance is at a hospital, we're already on another run. The last numbers I looked at in the last quarter was about 15% auto aid received, and given was about half that. So our medic unit stays fairly busy for our 6 square miles, but those almost 3,000 calls were pretty densely populated. And so that's one of the reasons our ambulance stays fairly busy. They run about 2,200 calls a year. 3 minutes is up. Okay. No, you weren't. And so one of the things we as a command staff did, and Dr. Peoples tasked me as each director with the strategic goals set forth by you as a city council. I went back with Chief Boehner and our battalion chiefs, and we assigned each one of those goals to a chief officer to work alongside me. And so we did create 3 tactics for each strategic goal. But I figured I would just kind of summarize 3 key areas, and feel free to ask any specifics. But primarily, really the 3 areas are prevention, training, and infrastructure. So when we think about prevention, clearly in the fire service, we not only want to prevent the fire, we want to eliminate the structure fire in our city. And so doing that through prevention, through our fire marshal's office for commercial structures, for our pre-plans and inspections, and code enforcement. But education, this is a really great initiative that we want to have through our community risk reduction initiative, where the public is better educated, understand how they can reduce those fire emergencies in their own houses. Training, providing that phenomenal service before, during, and after any incident. And so again, our training is key, especially as we have been hiring such a newer generation of firefighters. So on one hand, we always want to reduce and eliminate the fires in our city. On the other hand, the cities around us, when those fires do come in, nothing beats that real life experience for our new firefighters. So it's a bad day for the resident, but it is a real life event for our firefighters to gain some experience. And then finally, the infrastructure. And this is really where one of my primary goals that I talked to Dr. Peoples about in my second year here was just to create the infrastructure that we've been lacking, the plans, the processes, and those practical solutions in an ever-changing fire service landscape. As we talk about sustainability and some of the initiatives in the city for electric vehicles and such, and solar panels, this is a whole new level of training that our fire service has not been asked about as content experts. And so we're having to go back and figure out how to put out these fires and to try to reduce the risk to our firefighters getting on rooftops with solar panels, people who put in the charging stations in their garage and do it on their own, and how that contributes to the training level that we have to get our people prepared for to deal with these new fires in a new landscape. But clearly the sustainability of excellent service, which connects to prevention and training as well. Any questions about any of those strategic goals and how our tactics align? Because we did pretty extensive conversations as a command staff, but I just want to give an overview. As far as capital expenses for our budget for 2024, $170,000. It invests heavily in fire and EMS equipment upgrades. Our turnout gear, this $45,000 provides, affords about 8 sets of gear. And we buy our people top-notch gear. One of our firefighters is lead over that project. Yes, sir.
This firefighter gear, in the SIP, it goes all the way through FY 27. Do you see this extending beyond that? Is this like a recurring cost on a yearly basis just because of the sets?
Yes, sir. So one of the things we wanted to do was shelf life per NFPA is 10 years for everything. And we had a lot of gear that was at that 10-year mark and older, actually. And so we put gear replacement.
You just said we had a lot of gear that was beyond the 10-year mark?
Yes. I had a firefighter that had a 17-year-old helmet with a crack in it. So that could never happen again. And so although there were already initiatives.
Just so the public, this council is investing in our fire department.
Absolutely, because our gear, we have to put our people in the best armor and gear to go fight fire and protect themselves in motor vehicle accident extrication as well. And so what we put together was a 5-year rotation where every 5 years our firefighters will cycle through and get a new set of gear, and it's incremental. And it was based on the oldest gear getting that replaced first. And then then at that 5-year mark for those individuals, that new set of gear becomes their reserve set of gear. And we build up a little stronger reserve. We had some reserve gear we sent to the Ukraine, which was really a pretty cool thing to do, but it was for our standards and the US Fire Service, it was past the date of 10 years.
Did we have this process in place before you arrived?
Yes, sir. They were already, previous administration already had the process of getting 2 sets of gear for every firefighter, but we just didn't, there wasn't a replacement plan going forward consistently to forecast the cost.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Fire hose replacement, $30,000. And so because we have some hose that's over 20 years, we're going to be replacing hose. And so as this is part of our budget for next year for capital, when the new ladder truck gets here, we're going to load it up with our current hose. But we have a plan now where every other year we're going to replace all the hose per apparatus if it's approved in the capital. So the new fire truck would have brand new hose on it after July 1, once it's ordered and arrives.
We have some hoses that are 20 years old.
Yes, sir.
Why is that? Do you know?
I'm going to go back to my previous slide of just lack of infrastructure, planning and process, but we are creating those so we can plan for those bigger ticket items over the next 10 to 12 years.
Do you know, Chief, on your slide, it's 30,000 for the fire hose, but in our book, I think I'm seeing a $50,000 number.
Yes, ma'am. So the next one,
They go together.
we coupled fire equipment together.
Got it.
So the breakdown with 50,000 is 34 hose and 20,000 for equipment older than 10 years. And we've got it on a replacement plan where hose is every other year and equipment are the in-between years at that $20,000 to $25,000 mark. Whenever we inventory all of our equipment in the fire department, we just had this substantial equipment over 10 years. And one of the reasons for this initiative is to have a true ready reserve apparatus that if a frontline apparatus goes in for a PM or it goes out of service, the time our crews spend swapping equipment from truck to truck, they're out of service, calls are still coming in. So to have a true ready reserve means all they have to do is take their fire gear off that primary apparatus, get on the reserve, put it in service, and we're ready to go. So one of our goals is to have a true ready reserve. That's where that $20,000 out of the 50 comes from. The Lucas CPR compression device, it's the device we use for cardiac arrest, where firefighters would initiate CPR and then we hook the Lucas up. It does compressions on the chest for the individual in cardiac arrest. The one we have now is 13 years old. And so that it's time for that to be replaced. This is also an item though that we put in capital. Chief Mayor and I will look for some grant funding or matching funds for this as well.
I think I read you're going to use the old one for backup.
Yes, sir. We would still use that as a backup because part of the goal is to have our 2 reserve medic units once our new ambulance is here. And we could even keep the backup one on the battalion vehicle. Or for that next, if we were to drop 2 cardiac calls at the same time, which could happen, now we still have another life-saving device. Battery powered stretcher. This is the actual stretcher itself to be replaced once the new ambulance gets here, to replace that in our reserve ambulance. And outside of just the need for the safety for the patient and for firefighters, we do see a lot of back injuries in the fire service lifting old school stretchers. So this does save it on that on the work comp side. And the last part is swift water rescue technician gear. At $15,000. We have 9 firefighters that lead our water operations team. So I'm really proud of these 9 individuals that have gone through and will go through continual training so they can staff our water rescue boat. So the July 26th, 28th flash flood events that we witnessed and experienced, that we have our own water ops team that could deploy the next time we have a flash flood event and have people trapped in their house. I know we rescued 14 people on the 26th, but we did have to wait an hour and a half for a mutual aid boat, but we don't have to wait again because we got ours. So this gear outfits them to custom gear where they can be water rescue technicians on the boat and in the water to get people off cars, out of cars, and out of their house when that happens again.
Does that change how we give mutual aid then? I assume that means we're ready to do this in situations we haven't been in the past.
Yes, ma'am. So what'll happen, we've partnered with Maplewood because they bought a boat. We bought sister boats and Brentwood already had a boat. And so what'll happen is that primarily, obviously, we have a water event, rain event. Webster Groves water ops team is taking care of Webster Groves. If an event happens elsewhere, we'll be on an asset resource list for the county and even the state, where we could deploy our team to go help.
That's great. I just remember you talking about the importance of kind of each fire district department having a specialty, like something that they're an expert in.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like this is one of those things that's going to kind of set our.
This is definitely one of the identities that our department has taken on that will be great for us, for the area and beyond. And this is an area where I was really excited to have 9 people say, I'm going to go through all the training because it is pretty extensive.
When did we buy the rescue boat?
We purchased the rescue boat. We took possession of it, I want to say in October, November-ish.
Of 2022?
Yes, sir.
How many times has it been deployed since then?
So we've been training with it. So this was kind of an inverse of what's happening in the fire service right now. We got the equipment before we had the training because everything's always backlogged, back ordered, and takes some time. So now we're getting the training done so we can be ready to deploy this summer during our rain season.
Does Shrewsbury have a boat?
No, sir.
Does Rock Hill have a boat?
No, sir.
Does Crestwood have a boat?
No, sir.
It seems like we're funding the services that other departments need.
Well, the reason this was a priority for us was twofold. One was that we have a creek that runs through our city, and Maplewood and Brentwood, they're really kind of on their island together, and they would not be able to send us what we needed in Webster Grove. So the fact we had 14 rescues waiting for our friends from Saline Valley, that was an issue because we had to wait. And so it makes us stronger, better for our community and citizens on those critical areas that run along Deer Creek.
And I don't discount that. I think it's important to have a boat accessible and ready, but I mean, has Shrewsbury, Rock Hill, or Crestwood chipped in on this?
They have not, but I know the way auto aid works, we run with them constantly and rely on their other resources that we don't have.
What resources do we rely on them?
People, apparatus.
How often?
Every time we have a first alarm fire.
Well, how many fire trucks does Shrewsbury have?
They have 1 in service at a
One
time.
in service. We have 2 plus a reserve. So more than likely, they're going to call upon us.
And that's just the way the county is set up between the auto aid agreements as we're working together.
But the taxpayers of Webster Groves, especially in regards to the fire department, are more often than not funding services for other communities. Out of all of our communities, out of all of our departments, fire is more often than not fund or providing services for other communities. And so now, so these Swiftwater technician gear, they're gonna be custom fit for each individual firefighter?
For
Can-
the, much
can-
like their fire gear, it needs to fit properly because they'll be wearing it.
If a firefighter leaves, can that custom fit gear go with a new firefighter?
I mean, the water rescue gear has to fit a little bigger anyway. And so that does provide it's a little different than fire gear as far as the exact sizing. It comes more in a large, extra large, double X sizing versus bunker gear is sized to your chest and your waist and such, so.
I mean, we're gonna get to it, I'm sure, the fire truck request for next year, but it just seems like more often than not, it seems like we're attempting to create a fire department that can service more than just the citizens of Webster Groves when the taxpayers are just paying for the services themselves.
Yeah, I would say that for the boat was just about 14,000 with a trailer and an outboard. We invested in some water rescue basic gear, just a PFD, a personal flotation device vest, a helmet for every riding position, because on the morning of July 26th at 4 a.m., our firefighters could not rescue people in our city. And so at that point, we had to do something that was relatively inexpensive to never be in that predicament again, waiting an hour and a half when we could even get throw bags or ropes to a grandmother and her child in a house. So this was a solution between the equipment and the training to provide an elite service for our community in Webster Groves.
And again, I understand the necessity of having these, but we've had this since October or November, haven't deployed it in use yet. And I understand the raining months are now forthcoming, but the limited times that we're actually going to use this, it seems to me that this would have been a prime opportunity to partner with the Rock Hill, Shrewsbury, and Crestwood in order to save costs and also to ensure that those communities had a boat and fire department staff that would be able to assist their residents.
And some of the specialized equipment in our areas, Maplewood, for instance, they staff a squad or kind of a mini pumper, but they have rescue equipment we don't have. They have technical rescue gear that we don't have. And there's technical rescue gear we don't need to have because they're our neighbors. And so we as chiefs do behind the scenes talk about what's your thing, what's your thing, what's your thing, so we don't duplicate efforts.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. Any questions?
Unfortunately, Chief, I can't think of anything to ask you.
Okay.
Well, I got some questions, Chief.
And I'll go after you.
So turning first to the purchase of a fire truck that's on the SIP for 2025. I know it's not this year. I've been on council now for 5 years. At that time, I will be on council for 6 years, 7 years. And this will be the third fire truck that we have purchased. I don't understand how that's possible. I mean, this isn't directed at you, Chief, but I get this complaint, or I hear the complaint from the firemen that sat in this room after the CBA negotiations, is if we're not investing in this fire department, when in reality, what demonstrates to me in this SIP is that it was other people who did not invest in the fire department. We've had to purchase now going to be 3 vehicles. We have to replace 20-year hoses. Our budget for training has increased from 12,000 in 2019 to now over 33,000 in 2024. It seems like it's falling on deaf ears at this point that we have not invested in our fire department, when in reality, it seems like that's all we're doing is investing in the fire department. I don't understand the necessity. I know we'll get to it next year. I don't understand the necessity of this third fire truck for exactly the same reason what I was talking about earlier. It seems like we're investing in resources in order to supply services for other communities without them pitching in. I will also say this, Chief, I'm a little confused. I know that this is another Todd question, but in regards to the remodel or the planned remodel of Firehouse number 1, is it necessary? Is it needed, do you believe?
As far as necessary for a remodel for house one, we have from CPAPs to males, females, sleeping arrangements, bathrooms. One of the primary some of the primary research on cancer is you shower within the hour. So you get back, we have 2 showers at house one, and there are times that we have a battalion chief, 2 paramedic firefighters, and 4 people on the engine. And so those showers at 2 showers for the math doesn't work out. And so the showers and the bathroom facilities would be the priority based on that money that's been requested for that remodel.
I mean, we just built a brand new firehouse the taxpayers paid for that have segregated bathrooms and showers. I mean, isn't there just, I mean, I understand that we have a female on staff now, which is excellent. I hope we get more, but can't the females be housed at firehouse number 2?
It doesn't quite work that way based on the way we staff our apparatus between the ladder truck, the engine, and the ambulance. And still, we would need to provide those showers for our firefighters within an hour. There's tons of research that shows even after a gross decon, you get your gear off, you get your other set of gear in service, you shower, you change your clothes, you start washing that, just for those cancer preventative measures.
But couldn't they go to firehouse 2 to shower?
Well, we want to be able to maintain coverage on both sides of the city and get back in service as soon as possible.
Yeah, are you done?
Oh, yeah,
Are
you
good?
can go.
Okay. So always a popular topic. So the overtime. So I know we've split it out into the 2 different categories. So the 80 for special event overtime and then 176 this year for regular overtime. So that's about 256. That's lower than it's been in the last 3 years, but higher than it was in 2019 and 2020. Is that conservative? Is that a number that we think will be higher, lower, like the one, especially like the 176 for regular overtime? Can you just kind of give a little bit of insight into how those calculations came up?
Based on our current staffing model, that 176 would suffice. And the 80,000 for training and special events, we have so many moving parts that we'll spend that money on the number of events that we're doing, especially with our new community risk reduction initiatives to involve the community more through CPR classes and such like that.
And why is that, just for my education, why is that overtime?
Because those specialty areas of training would be off duty. So there's not a disruption in the CPR class. So if we're doing a 4-hour CPR class and they catch a run on duty, then they have to leave. Now we've got 20 residents going through a class with no one there off duty to handle it.
Okay, I can see that. On the computer and software line, we're going, that's going up this year. Can you talk about
Yes, ma'am.
that?
Yes, with the IT upgrades and with communications and the cost for the new CAD through ECDC and just all of the overall upgrades, the cost did go up quite a bit. We also switched to a different reporting software that is more compatible and will work for us in a number of different ways for data and analytics.
And those aren't capitalizable. See,
I think it's a discussion with Dr. Peoples and Mr. Peterson that
I'm
we
sorry, yeah.
were having about some of the IT stuff.
And then I think my last one, on the training. So last year we talked a lot about the increase in training from the 12,000 to the 33. That's got a little bit of an increase up to 36 this year.
It actually was 36 this year, based on some projections and how we were going to finish with our vehicle maintenance budget that was budgeted and now over 56,000 for this year's unprecedented maintenance repairs. Chief Boehner and I, between different lines in our current budget, moved over $31,000 to offset the overage of the vehicle maintenance for this year. So 3,000 of that was moved, as is why it says 33. It was always 36, but we moved some money into our internal budget. So we didn't have to ask the boss for more money for all of our vehicle maintenance issues. We trimmed down multiple lines based on the projections of how we
I
were
see
going
what
to
you're saying.
still,
I was looking at that 33 as the
Yeah.
budget that we approved, but you're saying.
You
after we
approved
it, There
36.
was an amendment for.
yes, there was an
we
amended
approved
amount.
36, okay. So it's really the same amount.
It's the same amount.
Can
And
I
we're,
ask
we're
on that
actually
topic,
doing more
though?
with it.
Is that, so that's the expectation then, and that's the annual, that's gonna be the amount you expect to pay annually for
The
training?
36,000
Okay, so that
but-
wasn't like a one-time increase. That's a permanent increase.
as of now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Between our the two co-ops that were joined, that takes up about 26,000 of that to get our people outside training. And then the other $10,000 would be utilized for certification classes, conferences where we send people for training and they come back and teach classes and such.
Right, other questions for Chief? Thank you.
Mayor.
All right.
Thank
Thank you.
Oh, wait,
Mayor, if I may.
sorry. You're
Not
so
necessarily,
close.
don't go so far. Yeah, I know, almost got away. In terms of Councilwoman Hickson Shepherd, you asked about the IT costs going up, and Chief Ellis is certainly correct. A lot of that is ECDC costs with the implementation, of the new CAD system. There are also increased costs on the police side, but not to the degree on the fire side. A lot of those costs were unanticipated, and they should have been, and that is not on our fire department. That really is in terms of ECDC and how the project was implemented and rolled out. So IT, fire, police, they've all worked on that together. Are you all interested in hearing from Mr. Ray on the Firehouse one?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Ray?
All right.
I wanna go see it. Chief. I have, but it's-
I'm gonna throw the chief under the bus.
Let's not.
So yeah, no, he asked me, I met with him several months ago, and he had some needs at Firehouse One, because it is older, obviously. And then with Firehouse Two being new built, some of the firemen were, hey, why can't we have some of that? So we're trying to accommodate some of that. But yeah, the bathrooms that are at Firehouse One are quite old and outdated, and they do need to be upgraded.
They're nasty.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen.
And then there's a kind of a, it looks like a school bathroom in the middle of it. So I was thinking maybe we could, there's like 4 urinals in it. So it's like, why do you need 4 urinals? So we take 2 urinals out and we could maybe put a shower at the one end. So that's my thoughts on trying to get them an extra shower.
Thank you. So it is late, so I'll be brief in this, but some of the improvements that is already in the Public Works budget, of course, extend to Firehouse One, the window replacement. Can't think of some of the other items, and the windows replacement certainly
Roof,
need to be done.
leaking
Roof,
roofs.
which will certainly help some of the conditions in Firehouse One.
Yeah.
So that's.
The windows are gonna be a
included in
big
this
thing.
amount.
That is not, that's already included in some of the other Public Works
Yeah.
budgets. That 200,000 really is a ballpark. We
Right.
paid around 50,000 for the police department.
Police
one
department, fire
bathroom.
department, right?
So the 200,000 was based on that, considering there's 3 bathrooms in the firehouse. Happy to answer more questions. I recognize the hour is late.
The windows will be the biggest help to the fire department because their windows leak the most out of all the windows at City Hall, so. And it's causing some mold issues in the building, so.
Thank you.
Is there any way to remediate the mold without doing the remodel?
Well, the remodel is different. I'm talking about the window. If we replace the windows to get rid of the mold issue. Yeah, because the windows are leaking and the water's coming in through the windows.
For now, this was really just the bathroom remodel.
Yeah, for
And I don't know if remodel is the right word or not. Of course, in the future, we'll discuss some of the bunk room situations and but that wasn't necessarily included in the 200,000.
I don't know if you've ever been in their bunk room, but it's
Are windows on
interesting.
CIP currently?
Windows were for FY 20.
This year's
Yeah,
budget.
okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm in the process. I've gotten 3 proposals. I'm waiting on the 4th
Great.
one.
So
So
that's already.
Yeah.
It does. And Chief Ellis has already sat down. He's answered your all's questions. I did want to give a recruitment plug. Done an excellent job with the recruitment. As he noted, we had 4 interviews for 2 positions. So certainly haven't had difficulty on that aspect, but has really put a lot of effort into either going to the academy or working with recruits. So that's been very appreciated.
All right, thank you. Believe it or not, I believe we are to our last presentation from a director. Beaming in is
Good evening, all. Hopefully I can be as quick as possible because I know you've had a lot to look at this evening. You can see on here our proposed budget for 2024. You can see there is just one sort of pretty large number that's in there, and that is primarily related to the comprehensive plan update that we've briefly discussed at a previous meeting. And that is essentially $150,000 of that 160 that we would be over from this past year's 2023 budget. Jenny, next slide, please. So going on to notable changes, that comprehensive plan item that we've put in there is $150,000 as a placeholder that would include professional services for our planning process, meetings, and other planner services to go through that potential process. The other items on there, we did move in some data plans to continue to use our iPads for our mobile inspectors. Our inspectors have mobile access with the iPads and can put in real-time information, which is really helping when someone is in and wanting to know if they can move forward with either their next permit or their occupancy. And then just as a reminder, in the last budget, we had 3 positions that were frozen. They are remaining frozen in this budget. It's the planner, permit technician, which is more like one of our admin positions, and one of our code enforcement officers. Next slide.
Can we ask questions on that slide before you move on?
Sure.
I'm curious about on the positions that have been frozen, what that impact has been like in your department.
I know, so from the planner position, it's been a little bit slower, so it hasn't been as difficult, but it does mean that I'm kind of being both the planner and the planning director. So there's a number of things. My staff's been trying to take on some of the other things, but we're still, I'm doing chicken permits and fence permits and other things that my planner would have typically done. And some of my staff have also been helping out with some of those. In terms of the permit technician, my 2 other admin staff really have been stepping up and trying to make sure that things are continuing to move in a good manner. And we are working on some other ways for people to do inspections and things online through Magnet. So I know that we're trying to keep that moving. In terms of the code enforcement officer, I know we've been getting some complaints that we're not on top of some of the things that we used to do, where right now we're basically focusing on complaints that come in versus doing a general sweep of the city on a weekly basis, going in different areas, and then just picking up on things that we see that could be violations. And again, we're trying to just focus right now on true complaints that come in that are true violations that we can address.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Councilwoman Richardson, so I appreciate you asking the question, and I think there's some longer discussion there. A lot of that is how we want planning and developments to operate and what our values are. And I appreciate Ms. Perry mentioning the code enforcement. Now we're responding to those complaints that come in, which certainly has not made all residents happy, because the history before was going out, monitoring community and looking for violations, if you will. So there's a real balance in between how we operate, because certainly not everyone appreciated us looking for violations. And then Ms. Perry also mentioned the online permitting. Really pleased with how staff is moving forward, because not only will that create some efficiencies for staff, but also for our residents to be able to do a lot of that stuff online. So having said that, I am sure that there are some workflow needs within planning.
Thanks.
So this is our organizational chart. In my department, we have an administrative coordinator, as well as a planning technician, which is essentially permit technician, which is essentially another administrative position. Our building commissioner, 2 building inspectors, 1 code enforcement officer, 1 plan reviewer, and then the 1 planner. I did move our org chart over for how we've been operating, because it used to be that Board of Adjustment and Planning Commission and some of the historic preservation were under the planner. And right now they're technically under me. And Architectural Review Board is focused with the plan reviewer. But we've again had a few other staff that have been stepping up to help with some of these other meetings. Next slide. So we have some tactics that we're trying to look at for the new year that align with the strategic plan. We are continuing to implement things through Magnet with new technologies. The tracking of the time completion on inspections and permitting projects, we've been working on that, trying to track how long they come in, and then focusing that on keeping things moving through the process, which with the staffing that we have, we're able to sort of double duty with the building commissioner being able to help with plan review, some of our inspectors, or if we have a very busy day, one of our plan reviewer can go out and do some of the inspections. We've been kind of doing that in both ways to help continue with the public. We're also investigating expanding the online plan review systems, which can link with Magnet systems. We've been researching what some of the other communities around here are using, and it looks like one of the systems that many other communities use can be tied directly into our Magnet system. The comprehensive plan updates, either an update or a whole new plan to come and bring us out of the 1978 plan to address the outdated language regarding the community and how it should be developed. Zoning code text amendment research, continuing to do that related to housing and occupancy and looking at housing throughout the community. And then updates to a lot of our checklists and instructions, continuing to streamline the needs of the businesses moving into and out of the community. We found that our latest checklists have been quite helpful, but we're continuing to revise those to work with new businesses as they are moving in and opening within the community. And next slide. Any questions?
Questions for Maura?
I have a question, Mara. For tactic 3, you talk about the comprehensive plan, and your reason seemed really specific. I thought when you did a really good job of talking about why we needed comprehensive plan last week when you presented. And so I was wondering, do you foresee that becoming a reason as well, officially?
I'm not sure.
Talk about the changing culture of Webster Groves residents now versus in 1978. And that would be a good reason to update the comprehensive plan, not only just to get rid of what's outdated, but perhaps reinvent or, reposition why we're doing what we want to do with the comprehensive plan.
I would agree. I think I wrote it in one way, but I think more the presentation and how I tried to word it in the last discussion that we had is primarily the focus. I don't know if that answers it correctly.
No, it does. I'm just.
Plus you're trying to fit so much on a slide.
And I'm trying to be, I can't talk anymore, but anyway. I haven't talked at all, but I can't listen and talk at the same time, apparently.
Other questions for Maura?
I would ask a quick one about on the strategic planning cost. Is that expected to be the total cost, or will that extend beyond 1 year? And you're like the cost for that process?
That total cost would probably expand beyond 1 year. Most, I mean, when you look at how most communities operate when they do a full revamp, whether it's an amendment or it's a complete new plan, it can sometimes take up to 18 months. So that potentially would expand beyond this budget year. It would just depend on how we time the really big meetings versus just the final product.
Okay, thanks.
Does that mean more money too?
No, I would anticipate not meaning more money. I did look at, there were of some of the other communities that I looked at, they did end up adding to their budget. And I tried to take that into account in focusing this number. But there were a few other communities that did have to take on another $20,000 or something like that. But hopefully I would anticipate not needing to do that.
Great, thank you. Other questions for Mara?
Not really for Mara. Are we gonna have like another like question time for wrap ups after Mara's? done?
Absolutely. If there's questions on
I will hold
May
my-
16th,
Mm.
sure.
Oh.
Oh, before then?
Like, like at, like
Oh, that's
now.
up to you all.
Ish.
So,
Yeah.
so why don't we let Mara go?
Yeah,
First of
stop.
all,
She does not need
thank
to-
you very much. Are these questions for all of our directors or are we going to let everyone?
I just have one quick question.
All right, then let's go.
We're just talking about the big plans. So for the stormwater master plan that we've been talking about too, would that be something that would be part of FY24 or FY23? Like, how does that figure into the budgeting planning process?
Not sure I'm fully following. So the comprehensive plan is budgeted into the FY24
Yes.
proposed budget in the general fund.
Yes.
Stormwater.
And we got the quote back from,
Sustainability.
But it has not been budgeted
It
anywhere
has
at this
not been
point.
budgeted
and
and
I
I,
talked about
Yeah.
the need to decide if we're going to budget it, and that deciding, is that for our year that we're in now or for this year that we're budgeting?
so that is a council decision. It can be for FY23 or it can be FY24.
Okay.
What would need to be done is a budget amendment, and we're happy to walk you through that, should that be
But
the
it could be in
direction.
either year,
It could be.
like realistically.
Realistically, I think it could. I'm gonna look to you because we've already got the bids in for the stormwater, so it could be expended in FY23.
Yeah, the consultant, consultant was ready to go May 1st.
Mhm.
So, and that would be this fiscal year, so.
I'm just curious. We've just, when we mentioned the comprehensive plan, it's the same amount of money basically, and they're two big plans. I'm wondering, like, do we do them at the same time or different years? Or how does that work? Thanks, Todd.
All right, so just for review, so before we do the review and the process, let me say a very big thank you to all the members of our staff, our directors. This is a really helpful process for all of us, and we appreciate you answering both our relevant questions and our left field questions as well. So a great big thank you to you. The way we go from here, council, is so this is the proposed budget from the city manager, so that anything that changes from this budget from here on out will have to be through the amendment process. The city manager is going to come back on the 16th and make some recommendations to us based on feedback and discussion that we've had. Those then will have to be put in amendment form. I imagine that Eric will do that part of the work for us. But so on the 16th, we'll have more discussion, more questions if you have them, and we will hear this recommendation. You can go ahead and offer amendments at that time if you have something that you really want to get moving on. On the 4th, then, is it the 4th? No, 6th of June is our public hearing, an additional time for amendments, an additional time for discussion, and then we have to vote on the budget on the 20th so that we actually can start the fiscal year. I'm going to ask, it is not a requirement, but I'm going to ask, please, if you offer an amendment that increases our spending, if you will be very cognizant of the need to figure out where that money is going to come from. It's not, we can't just say to staff, okay, we want to add $50,000 in, please go find us $50,000 to offset that. So please be very aware of that, please, if you're going to do that. And if anyone, if you know that you're going to do an amendment, it would be really nice if the rest of us had it in advance as well. So if you could circulate those, that would be great. And if you're unsure about how to write one, I have voluntold Eric that he is going to help you with that. So he was very kind when I asked and actually volunteered himself. But so are we all clear on where we are in the process? And I'm going to let the city manager add anything to that if she would like.
Thank you. That summed it up well. The budget recommendations that are different from the proposed budget that I come back to you all with on the 16th, we will have the budget amendments prepared for you at that time. So we won't have to do them on the fly. They will be yours to accept or reject. So.
And we do not have to accept or reject them on that night. If
Correct.
they're there and there are things that we want to think about or talk about, they can be held to the next meeting for a vote.
Absolutely.
And I know we looked at this a little bit at the beginning of the process, but next meeting, will we also look at the charts again and see like when we're gonna come back to being in line and make decisions about like holding the line and how much we want to cut or not cut, like those types of decisions as
Yes,
well?
so Mr. Peterson will be prepared to present a whole budget wrap up, if you will, where we're at, how FY 23 still projected, of course, will impact that budget line and moving forward.
That's great. I think that'll be helpful to me to figure out if there are any budget amendments. I think that we, like, from a dollar perspective,
Sure.
I feel like we need to make adjustments.
And the ARP questions, we are kind of tabling for now, seems like.
I think there'll probably be some ARP related things in the recommendations.
We will have ARP recommendations, and sooner or later we'll have to decide how we want to move forward with the whole body of ARP. So we'll have ARP recommendations, general fund recommendations, and of course the SIP
But
recommendations.
those weren't in here yet.
No, ma'am. They're not in there yet. You will get them on the 16th.
All right, I can see that my colleagues have all wrapped up, except forgetting that we have a few more things to do in this meeting. So if you'll pull your agendas back out, please. No, Sarah, I see yours. Okay, so Sarah, then I'm going to ask you to do this. We are now going to move on to bill number 9225. Would you mind calling for the first and second reading?
I'd be happy to. Yes, Mayor, I'd like to call for the first and second reading of bill number 9225.
Second,
Bill 9225, first reading, in ordinance levying a 3% sales tax on the sale of legal adult use marijuana in the city of Webster Groves, Missouri.
Are there any discussion or questions? Let's do that before your voice runs out.
Bill 9225, second reading, in ordinance levying a 3% sales tax on the sale of legal adult use marijuana in the city of Webster Groves, Missouri.
All right, thank you. I'm not even calling anyone. Is there anyone who wants to remove anything from the consent agenda? Would someone please call for the approval of the consent agenda?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to call for the approval and adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
Councilmember Franklin,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander,
Yes.
Councilmember Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hickson Shepherd,
yes.
Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Bliss.
Yes.
All right, we have made some appointments to boards and commissions. Janice Seeley has been appointed to the Arts Commission, Douglas Milford to the Parks and Recreation Commission. Paul Dribbin has been made a regular member of the Charter Review Advisory Board, John Eppers as an alternate member. Thank you for sticking out this very long night and for all your hard work, and good evening. Before it becomes good morning.
Yeah.
No closed again? I like this. Sure, sure.